and that's where it moved from.
Yep, that's where the bear's sitting this morning.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Riz. Yeah, it was like at 10 minutes they danced around that level, and then they got some action on them.
Yeah, so I told the guys this morning we're either going to go, take this one long here or take the short. So we grabbed a little bit off the short and just went back and took the long. I've been in the long for a long time now. 804. That's where I took my long. Should be 805, but 805 was supposed to be the long, but I went one tick before it. So we've been in this trade since what? I've been in this trade since yeah, right at 10 o'clock, 9:45, 10 o'clock.
Hmm.
So over an hour.
Beautiful.
Just let her go.
Yeah, she's still climbing.
Yep, just kind of wondering about these little box, little box here. Either we're going to
Hmm.
stop here and pull back, or we're going to try to push through these. But I really think the 185 area today could be the place where you have some problems because there's a lot of stuff above that that don't make any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. There was a lot of consolidation last week, end of middle of last week around that area. So we're going to come up on that pretty hard here pretty soon and then see what happens.
Yep. Just got to get it done.
Yeah,
So,
yesterday's daily candle was so interesting. I mean, the way it did close bullish and it closed with a really long buying tail there in support. That's been support for days. So the bulls kind of defending that action is kind of makes sense with that presentation,
yep, it does.
like a daily morning star kind of energy.
I think if we get contraction, it's going to be up here where we're sitting at now.
Hmm.
I think if we're going to start maybe if we start weakening here and contracting, it's going to be from this line to about right in here somewhere, or maybe down to the secondary box here. This could be the contraction zone right here if we don't move. But they're still trying to move, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's given a good range, but it hasn't stopped yet, really. I mean,
Yeah,
slowed. So
it's been a good morning.
nice. I love
Kind of
that.
weird, kind of weird first, but we took a little bit off the short. I just kind of bounced around this morning. Took four, 300, 200, 600. So, waiting for the longs to cross, and just took the long to go. So,
That's good
and it,
risk management, though, to be in that shop and just lock in a little green instead of red, because that's tricky when it's shopping like that in the beginning.
Hmm.
You got the skills.
yeah, I just see green and take it, and
I
just go
mean,
for the next one.
right.
Especially if you know what level it's trading off of. You know it's going to come back there and trade again. So if they
Hmm.
only want to give you $200 or 350, that's fine. I'll take it.
Yeah. Shut it
I just,
down and wait for it to become obvious.
yep, I wait for the big boys to play their move and say, okay, which side of the trade are we going to be on? Because we're in here now, guys, with the big money. These guys are. I mean, if you're in this trade with me now, all the way up through here, this is a phenomenal good trade.
Beautiful.
Okay, the Bears today.
Do I?
They're smoking the Bears today. We hadn't had a good uptrend day in a while, so
Yeah, they're just going to have to. The only thing they got to try to do though is we need to really look at what was that February 12th, I think it was, when the candles all started selling off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we know that
Last
high.
Thursday, I think.
Yeah, that high was 25,419, I think, or something like that that day when it started
Yes.
selling off.
Hmm.
So I mean, and the first part of that sell come down to 182. Okay, and look where we got right here, 185. So this box represents almost that candle from last Thursday
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because
the aggression.
that's exactly where the sell came down. The first candle, then the big one came after it. So that's exactly what they got to try to do. They got to try to get back to where it started selling at and clear through it. Because if you get to 292, see up here, I got marked up here.
Mm-hmm.
This one right here, right about, no, I don't want that one. Oh, come on. Why is it not letting me grab the red one here?
I have 292 as the top of the body of that candle on the daily chart of that Thursday. Which I feel like what the body of the candles are also targets too, because that's a representation of the edge of the aggression.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the,
292.
292 is that area where that top started. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And that's what I look at. I mean, that would be the place I'd want to go if I was a bull, because after the 292, you can start making the market run again. Because once it
Yeah.
crosses the 292, you got about 4 roadblocks up to about 300, 305, and then she takes off again. So that could be a possibility, but I don't know. It just depends. I think our pullback will come somewhere in here. We're gonna have to have one sooner or later. But then
Hmm.
again, who knows? We just might run straight up all day long. Usually, if you get in a trade at 9 o'clock or 9:30 in the morning, guys, and you green like this is probably gonna be an all-day hold, more than likely.
Because it's got the energy of a trending day. So then you
Yep,
just stay in.
just stay in, and you set your stops. You like right here, like I told the
Trail it.
guys this morning. I'm gonna put my stops right here at the bottom of this box. About what's that? That's 107. So I'm gonna go about one. I'm gonna go 25,025 right there. I'm gonna put my stops right here at the 25 and just walk away
Hmm.
because I can go now and do what I got to do: take a shower, make coffee, go run some errands, talk on the phone, handle business, whatever, and I can just come back and check it in an hour and see where she's at. And
Hmm.
if it does crap out, I'm still gonna make a ton of money.
Yeah.
Even if I don't want to put it to 59, that's too close. I would probably go right there at 25. This is where I keep my stop. You're still gonna make 40 grand there,
Right. Like,
so we're good. You know,
it's a solid day, regardless.
solid day.
Beautiful position. Hmm. Drew, great question. FOMC is on the Forex calendar for today, but it's the minutes. It's not the meeting and rate adjustment. And so it's much less volatile than the
Yeah,
every 6 weeks FOMC meeting.
yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of a nothing burger. Yeah. The fake out.
Yep, more hype than real.
Yep. It's old news, basically, is what it is. It's the minutes. And so the news is already well understood. So it's just an official kind of filing of the data. Yeah, good question. I like when all the indices are tracking together too. Like they're all just pushing the Dow, ES, and Q. That
Mm-hmm.
gives you more confidence in the trend too.
Sure does. And this is almost identical trend. If we can look over and see, I do believe we've seen this before, because if you'll look down here, guys, at February 6th at 6 in the morning, this big trend almost did the same thing this trend's doing here. And the pullback came, it went all the way to 210. And the pullback came all the way back down to 979 that day. And then went all the way back up after that. Well, let's see. On February 6th, we topped out at that day, we closed at 225. And it started at like 5 something, at
Hmm.
24.5. It was massive. And then on the 8th, it's really weird because on the 8th, it sold off. But it came back at 10 o'clock and started to trend again. So this is kind of like this. I wonder if this is about halfway through that trend they had from February 6th to the 8th.
Hmm.
And the weird thing is that top candle that had the pullback hit that 182 and pulled back, 182 or 185, and pulled back on the 8th. so, I'm thinking we might see the same pullback on that
Yeah.
area.
I mean, market tends to repeat itself if you can kind of watch and see her tells and where she responds and what it looks like. You can catch it. Yeah, I can see this resistance area here potentially holding or the higher one up in the 292 area. So it's interesting. It's hesitating here. I'm a little echoey.
I don't have any.
Yeah, Coach
You can
Becky,
try
I
your
definitely
phone.
like. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just making sure my audio is okay and not annoying people.
No, you're fine. I don't hear anything.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead, Riz.
Yeah, that's one good thing that you mentioned there about repetition in the market. Sitting here for so long, that refers back to, having chart time and being able to recognize those patterns that you see reoccur. I've had success doing that. I've had a few times that, at a specific time of day, I've noticed a specific pattern happen. And every so often, I recognize it. I'm like, what time is it? And it's like, boom, I'll execute a trade. And it's like, let's go.
Well,
Yeah, there's definitely something to time with auction theory where it's like these certain times is when the energy tends to come in. The money tends to show their hand.
mm-hmm. It's going to be right about there. Oh, no, it's not because this thing ain't on there. There we go. So where would this be? Right there? Yeah. Right there. Right there. You see that? Little channel right here?
Oh yeah, we broke above it nicely there.
Mm-hmm.
So for these bears to get low, guys, right here, X marks the spot right there at this box, like I told you. That's that short right there to come down. So now this just gives us confirmation that we're right.
Hmm. I like how it shows that it's squeezing too, which makes sense with the levels we're approaching. So now we get to see what happens with the squeeze. Will the momentum dry up or will it break through it for another leg up?
Mm-hmm.
I like a good squeeze. You can
Might get
generally
a. Mm-hmm.
can give you an ability to tighten your stop too. If it gets really tight, that is a sign that there could be setting up for another move in either direction. So it could be a place to snug your stop as well.
Now you guys can see what they did here. You see how they came up here and touched here off the trend line and rode the trend line up, bounced, came through it, came under this trend line here and started going short. Went right back down to this trend line that equals off the same place, rebounced it, and look where my trade is. I'm on the trend line trade right here. It's amazing how that just lines up.
Beautiful.
Draw your trend lines, guys.
Yeah, there's so many tools that we can use, trend lines and support and resistance. And then when you get the confluences, that's when you can feel really good about a trade. Is when
Mm-hmm.
when you got a trend line bounce as well as a support level bounce and potentially VWAP bands. Like it can be really beautiful opportunities.
Yeah, they can. Let's see if I can get this box to do this. We want this box to change. Doo-doo-doo. Let's go something was whatever. Doesn't matter. There we go. There's one of them.
Here we go. Some more bulls. They're pushing.
Right. Got 14 minutes left on the London.
Uh-huh.
The Dow's momentum is a little slower today, but NQ definitely has more catching up to do anyways. The last several weeks, the Dow has been stronger of the industry.
So if you guys know what the red boxes are, right? Those are contraction areas.
Right.
Those are your contraction trades. Now remember, on this candle right here, the top of this candle was right about, let's say 780, right? And this one's down here. Oops. What is that? 7, let's just say 10. So 10 to 80 is what? 70 points?
Mm-hmm.
And half of 70 is what? 35, right?
35.
I think it is. Yeah. Okay. So 710. So let's widen this out. 710 right here. It's a 780. Half of that would be 35. So that would be 10 and 35 would be 45, correct? So where are we at? Right here. There. You see this line here, guys? Watch. We're going to take this line and put it right. Let's put it right here about the 40. Come on. I have to go 46. For some reason, it won't let me mark 45, which I don't understand. But anyway, this is your midline of your contraction, guys. So what does this mean? Midline contraction means anything above midline contraction, they try to go long. Anything below midline, they go short. Now look at this line. Here's your contraction. See it? In the big box. I think this is a little bit too much, but anyway. This is an example. So anything of the contraction, look at this line right here. Look at this candle. Right? It came up, broke the box, and went long. Right? Down here, contraction stayed under the line, and then it went over the line. Now up here in this one, you can see it contracted through here. Right here's a little contraction zones right in here. Came up, broke it, pulled back, came down, went under it, went big time under it, came back in the box, and look where it broke the box. Boom. But this contraction area, well, this is a little bit too deep right here. There we go. This is a little bit too high right there. So this little area right in here of concern is where we marked it this morning at 90 to like 40, 41. So 90, 10, 20, 34. That's like 40 points. So we got, let's see, 90, 110. So should be about right. So it should be about right, almost right in here. Just a little below this. So your midline's like right in here anyway. But if you'll learn how to do your midlines, guys, in your contraction zones, it'll help you to kind of see where they're trying to cross or not cross. So if you got a contraction zone, 30 or 40 points, just divide it in half, put a midline in there. And it's always going to keep you knowing where where the trend's heading, right? Or where they're trying to head. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I actually love that strategy of like an area of interest and then half of that range, 50% of that. What does it look like? Are we trading above or below? Because I that's part of my trading strategy too. Of like, where's the energy? Where are we pushing? Are we above or are we below? Like, who's in charge? Bulls or bears? Kind of discussion.
Yep.
So yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. That 50% range. Great examples there. Plus, I feel like it's sometimes a good opportunity if we're trading below it and then it will come back and retest it. You know, it can show that it's a retest and it's still holding below. So that could be a short opportunity and like this morning when it retested the 50% of that upper red box, and then it fell even harder.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been a good short entry there.
Exactly. And you can see what we called. Remember this? I told you guys it'd be a pullback here.
It's
That's
trying.
it's trying. And what they'll do is if they don't break this box right here, guys, it's a fake pullback and going to go right back up. But if they break this, they're going to short this from here to here.
Mm-hmm. It was such a strong run this morning. It's kind of like flagging a bit and letting the moving averages catch up and get underneath of them because they're all still above the 915 EMA. So it could just be letting it pause for a minute, flag out, let the moving averages catch up, and push a little more.
Yeah, you want to see something really cool, Becky? Check this out.
Yeah, always.
You guys see this?
Yeah, it's clean.
It's above the 3790.
Mm-hmm.
Remember my 3790 EMAs?
Oh,
There
yeah.
they are.
Yeah.
Look at my 37 line right here.
The
Look
black.
at the third. Boop. Anything above 37 is a long. See?
Yeah.
Look, we came down, tapped it, come back, and went right above it. This is on the monthly, guys. This is a monthly chart.
Oh, that is monthly. Dang.
Yes. Now, let me show you a little secret in the monthly chart, guys. So we got January, December. Okay, so you see these 4 candles right here? Now, what we are looking for, see if we can find an example. Yeah, here's a good example. Probably right in here somewhere. If we can get it to widen out. Let me see if I can get this to widen out some. Hang on, let me bring this over here so we can kind of get this to widen. There. Okay, so let's take it in like this. Yeah. So basically right here, this is a good example right here. You see this? Look at all these candles right here. You see these candles right here, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me see if I can get this to work. Okay, so that's one of the candles right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 12 there, which is over what it's supposed to be. Normally, guys, on a monthly chart, this is what you're looking for. You're looking for this. Okay, I'll put it on here. Monthly equals 7 equals 10. Now, you'll see in a minute what I mean. This is my brain. This is my brain. So monthly equals 7 to 10. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
C equals M. This is like my theory. So what we're saying here is monthly chart, you're looking for 7 to 10 days of candles being in contraction right here. They're not really contraction, but they are, right? They're still moving in the monthly chart, but they contract. Once they break contraction, that move comes. See?
Mm-hmm.
And M equals the move. This is a theory, guys, that I use in my monthly chart. You know how we took math in school and geometry and all that crap?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a month. I want to go to a monthly chart. I want to, if I'm trading, guys, and I'm looking at all this craziness happens now, after all this is over with, as you can see, we're doing it right here again. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Okay, we've already got 4 right here. Here's 4. This candle right here. Oh, shit, go over there. Sorry. Right here. These are the candles that are going to be in this contraction area.
Yeah.
So you've already got 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's just say today's what? Okay, so we know that today's Wednesday. Let's say we got 4, but Thursday, Friday, the market just kind of stays in here And on Monday, you get a candle right here that comes straight down, right? It
Mhm.
breaks this area. You're always wanting to look for candles in the monthly, 7 to 10 candles that line up perfect together and mark them. Because once you mark these candles, guys, this is how the big money trades these. They go long above the box on a 7 to 10 day run, and they're done, or a 7 month run. They watch it, and it gives
So
them the
that's
opportunity to buy it.
right. It's the like the market is fractal, right? What we see on a 5 minute chart is similar to the monthly chart. If you get a period of construction where it's bracketing sideways, then breakout can have some serious potential.
Yeah, and even though the market is, has done its thing today, like right here, even though you've got, even though you've got like these candles right here that are like together for several months, there's still money being made in these candles on the 15 minute and the 4 hour, right? But what you're looking for is you're looking at the monthly. When is that going to break that level? Because the day it breaks it, the month it breaks it was March or January. Well, it would probably be in February. So March of, God, January of 2012, guys.
A while ago, you went back a little bit.
So we can go long at January 2012 on a monthly chart. If we were trading swing trading, right?
Hmm.
We could go long right here in January on this chart and still be in a long for a whole year, for a whole 11, 12 months, 13 months later, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't
Those
that,
are like hold positions.
yeah. And what you
Hmm.
do is you can trade this and you can see how they did the same thing here. Let me move this off of here and I'll show you. See right here, guys, when they got, wait, let me look. Oh, come on. Ah, just forget it, then I'll delete it. So you see those little candles right here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Again, right in here. They went back and tested off the 10th candle, come back up. Where do they break the candle at? Right here. Went long again. So they structure these. They can tell you, like these little candles right here, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11 here. They use these little moves. There's always like 7 to 10 of them together. It only happens a couple times a year, but they look for those. They can base their entries off of these big institutions. This is how they trade, guys. They want to see that break right here in January or February of 2012, and they're still long today. When people think about institutional trading, they think, oh, they're going to kill us. They're looking for our stops. No, they're not. They're using these monthly charts, these yearly charts, these 6 month charts, all these other charts that give them information to where to put that big $1 to $20 million at. If I'm trading with 20 million, I want to make damn sure I got a right entry, correct?
Yeah.
So if I'm going $20 million right here on this long and it pulls back, right, I got to cut a lot of it out because I'm going to lose it right here. Because see how she come back down and tested the box? So what
Hmm.
they do is they'll put money in right here. Let's say you put $1 million in right here, and you go up here and you get this money. You take this money and you get out because the red candle came in on the monthly for that day. As soon as that day opens up, you're done. You get out. As soon as this green candle opens up the next month, you're back in. You're out. As soon as the green candle opens up again, you're back in. So basically, these guys could have stayed in this and got out in and out of this, still made money up till about you know uh, a whole year. February 2013, they would have went long here, and they've been long since. Well, they would have got
Right.
taken out here, but no, they wouldn't because it's right here. Yeah. So February 2013, guys, institutions have been long in the Nasdaq. Does that make sense to anybody?
Yes. And
Can you,
probably, I mean, there's some scaling out at the peaks, and there's some adding back in their positions on the drawbacks. I mean, they play with it a little bit, but they hold long term because they have the capital for that.
exactly. Because look where the entry's at. Look at the price down here, guys.
Yeah.
5,200 on the Nasdaq. 20,000 points later.
If only 13 years ago we were ready for that.
Yeah. But what we can do is we can play this box on the monthly.
Yeah.
We know now that if his price comes down here and breaks this bottom of the monthly at 24,013, we're definitely going to short, and we're probably going to be short for a couple weeks or maybe 2 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to enter here and keep the shorts. Or we're going to go back up here to the top of this chart around the 25,109, or no, 25, 20, that's 26. 26, 606, 607, and look for a trade there long to stay long for a month, a whole month.
Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I love how you brought it like from 2012 consolidation. Right now we are bracketing. We are in a consolidation period on the larger time frame. And so now that's what we are saying. What we're saying is watch for the breakout here and then anticipate you can have a longer hold time in that position.
Yep.
Potentially.
And what you can do is you can come like this and like this on this one, right about there. You can consolidate this down a little bit. And then you can take the secondary, what I would call the fade, here to here on the monthly. So now we know the bulls will prop this area from the 157 up to about the 400 and something. This is the bull. This is where the bears will come down to and rebuy it like they did here and go right back up.
Right. Yeah.
So now you guys can see it perfectly. If the bears come down here at 24,967, it's probably going to take a crap, right? And go down. And the good thing about it is if we can get it to stay short for the whole month outside of this box, all we got to do is stay in the red candle on the monthly all the way down, right? Then we look down here to buy it back in a green candle, go right back up.
That's right.
So,
That'll be a sick buying opportunity.
yeah. This is something people don't teach, guys, because they don't know it. I'm not saying our coaches. I'm talking about institutions. They don't want y'all knowing this. They don't. The big market people do not want you to learn anything like this or look at those contraction areas inside these candles on the monthlies, because this is where they set their stuff up at. So now you guys know how to do it too, and it's awesome.
Yeah, we want to join them, not fight them.
Exactly. Can you imagine if you were sitting right here on these candles on the monthly, and this came up right here on April of last year, and you seen this thing April and down to March? You know, I mean, all this candle right here. Look at April, March, May, July, September, October, November. I mean, just run up. I mean, look at the entry right here.
Yeah.
Craziness. 373.
Plus, I think that there's a risk in retail trading of not understanding this on the level that you're talking about, because when it's falling so hard, such as last spring, there's a desire to chase it down, to catch the momentum, to stay with the bears, because every day feels like a massive bear day, so you want to just get on board with that trend, but not fully seeing the big picture of that you're falling hard into support level. There could be a very strong bounce there. That's where institutions have the leg up, because they know they are watching those levels more closely, and they could be really flipping the position into a long, and we could miss that.
And the funny thing about this is, you notice what color the candle is on the monthly? Bear month. Even though we're having all these run-ups, we're still showing a bear candle on the monthly. So that makes perfect sense that these charts are trying to come back, because the highs, these highs were way up here, guys. We had these highs up at 450, and I think they went higher than that. But I mean, my nearest high is like 475 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like way up here somewhere. There's a big high up there. But our 15 minute, 4 hours, and all those highs are all in this box. But look at this area right here. Look at that 24,906 right there. 24,906. Let's see where we got 24,9. Yeah, that's hilarious. And it's kind of funny because guess what? I've got my marker at 24,906. 24,907 is mine. So I'm lined up perfect with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bull buy level or a short. So that's beautiful. So
Right.
this box right here tells us confirmation that this 24,906 is either going to be a massive buy or a massive short.
Important level.
Yep. And we're not far from it.
Mm-mm.
Not far at all.
Yeah, I feel like the market has been so volatile lately, and it's because we're playing with these big numbers, and everyone is waiting to see. So we're getting some really strong moves around these levels because it's like a real battle zone. Feels like.
Mm-hmm. It is. And now you guys see why I use the 3790 EMA. I know that on the monthly chart, the 37 is going to trail. And look, it's beautiful.
Hmm.
And we never have hit the 90. So my stops go at the 90 down here, right down here at 58.64. And I'm still holding from 58.64. 20,000 points later. It's crazy. Absolutely insanity.
Box bulls.
So if you go like this, here's that previous high, the big high that made sense right here. Just come off of that high and go right here. Okay? And then you take this and you come off this low, because this is about the same here. So you just come off this low right there, and you're just going to trail up to this low right there.
Yeah, the body. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Ooh, get over there.
Not wake us too much.
Right there. And then you can take the third one, and you're still coming off the same candle, which is right here. This little area right in here. It's not perfect, but you guys get the picture. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
So if it comes down and bounces this trend line off this candle here, I'm either going to go short back down to the 90. If it breaks the 90, she's done. But if it doesn't break the 90 down here, I'm going to take my buys at the 90 back to the trend line and see if I can hold it back to the 37 and then cross back over this area to get back in here.
Yeah. I can ask a question. I have a question, but you don't have to answer if you don't want to. But when you swing, do you do futures contracts or do you do like the QQQs?
No, I'm pretty much now looking at long-term NQ. Like I'm going to start trying to swing it.
Mhm.
I'm just waiting for the downside to come. I would love for us to start swinging these because we
Yeah,
know we can. I know I can do it. And I would like to do those month-to-month trading, just, have a month-to-month trade going.
right. Yeah, I mean, I think when we micromanage the trades, on the smaller time frames, there's so much money left on the table. A lot of times there is giant moves that happen overnight, and we're not. My strategy, speaking for myself, does not capture a lot of that, and so I love this conversation.
Yeah, this is a good way to, look at long-term and what's really going on in the markets and what people are not seeing. And, we can actually trade off this monthly in a day in here. I can show you
Hmm.
guys how to trade this monthly chart every day if y'all want to learn it. And you can learn a monthly chart and really kill some shit. But you got to make sure your entry's spot on because if you don't, you're going to get murdered. You don't want to trade the monthly. If you're trying to trade the monthly, guys, you definitely want to size down it first until you get to learn it. Once you learn it, though, nothing to it.
Hmm.
Nothing to it. But we already know where the longs are going to be right here. And if they pull it back down here and go back long, or if they're going to break this and keep going up, or they're going to come down here and go long at these two levels,
Hmm.
because that's what they're going to do. And they'll play it out just like we got it called.
Yeah.
So it gives us the opportunity to really make some adjustments. So it's like
What?
right. Yeah, I think it's 920. It's like 947 down here. So 47 goes to 8 something. So they might pull it back, but right now our other candles are all showing green. So this candle is just kind of, the monthly candle is kind of being crazy. But isn't it cool that you can go to the monthly and take a short, but the actual other trades are all showing long?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's nuts.
That's a great point. Like the intraday trades opportunities are going to be a little bit different than the long-term ones sometimes.
So where do we have that crazy level it's another level. So see, the Bulls would really like to go top these big 298s, but it's never going to happen. I don't know, not today probably, but we'll see.
Hmm.
Anyway, guys, I'm probably gonna have to get off here. I got some stuff I got to get done. I got to call the bank this morning too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. These banks, man. You go to do something and it says your card don't work and you just got the card. Hello, you know. I hate that shit. I swear. You know, I have one of my banks guys that I use for personal is because I got like two different banks I use for personal, but one of my banks is Bank of America, and I hate that stupid bank. I don't really hate the bank. I just hate the way things are done. You call
Yeah.
somebody, they can't help you. Then you go in the bank, they said you come back for I drive up to the bank and walk in. They go, "Well, we can't help you. You got to make an appointment." What do you mean I got to make an appointment?
Oh my
Gee
gosh.
whiz. And then you
Right.
go, "Oh, my
Meanwhile,
card
there's
don't
like
work."
8 people standing around.
Yeah, and everybody's like, they don't have, and it's like they always, I'm like, hey, if you're going to have me come here and sit for 3 hours, can't you guys have some sandwiches?
Right.
Good point.
Have some
Okay.
treats or something. Gee.
More than just a dumb sucker for a kid. Come on.
Yeah, put a TV up in the corner with a movie showing or something. Gee whiz. It's
That's
ridiculous.
a
You
great
sit there
point.
and stare at each other.
Hmm.
And
Get it together.
they got a 6-month-old dum dum you can have.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Here's your dum dum. See ya. Okay, thanks. I take them too every time. I take a handful every time I go in there. They just look at me like, what are you doing? I don't care.
It's a good snack.
They gotta get something out of it.
Thank you for your time and everything you went over today and the thick long trade from the morning. That's beautiful.
You're welcome. You guys are all welcome. I enjoyed doing it. I hope you guys had a fun day with me in here today. And are you gonna stay on for a while, Becky?
Yeah, I'm on till the end of till New York session, so about 20 more minutes.
All right, cool deal. Alrighty, guys. Well, I'm gonna turn it over to Becky and Riz, and you guys have a good morning, and we'll catch you tomorrow.
Thanks,
And
Mike. Have a
I
great day.
hope you learned something today.
Definitely.
You, Mike, appreciate it. Have a great day. Good luck at the
All
bank.
right. Yeah, right. I'm gonna call him before I ain't going up there. I'm just gonna call him. Say, hey,
Yeah,
man,
no kidding.
I ain't driving. It's a
I
waste of
know,
gas.
man. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And it's
Well,
probably not right next to you either, you know?
no, it's up in Key Largo, and the funny thing is yesterday I went to Key Largo, and oh my God, with all the traffic we got from everybody trying to get out of the Keys, I guess, wanting to go home, some of the people come down. Yesterday, guys, I drove 9 miles, 2 hours to go
Ugh.
9 miles.
Oh my God.
That's how many people are here right now from up north because of the weather. They're all down here
Mm,
hanging out vacation. It's 75, 80 degrees down here.
yeah,
They're like,
that
oh,
makes
wow.
sense. You got flooded.
Yeah, I'm just walking around in shorts and a t-shirt. I see the TV people are wearing 5 and 6 layers of clothes.
Living the dream, Mike. Hard
Yeah.
work.
Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna run. Y'all guys have a beautiful day, and if you've made your money, make sure to get off and quit. If you want to learn some other stuff, just trade your sim, guys. Don't risk your money if you've already made it. So anyway,
Beautiful.
have a good day, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Thanks, Mike. Okay.
You're welcome. Bye bye.
Oh, and that's why I bank at a credit union.
Yeah. Credit unions are nice. But then my credit union like, consolidated last year, and now like getting a real person is kind of a pain too. So it's like, ugh.
Oh, I love my credit union. I call their customer support line. Almost never a wait, and it's always somebody that answers the phone. I've never had a recording when I call over there, except I think during bank holidays. I think that's the only time I have. And yeah, it's been a great experience. I mean, yes, it's probably cost me a little bit more, but for the convenience, I can't complain.
Yeah, right. And good customer service matters.
Mhm.
They didn't like prop
Welcome.
payouts. What, Jaja? That's some
What?
BS.
Oh, huh. Too much money,
Judgy.
Jaja.
Couldn't keep up with you. That's not their business. I'm sorry. But thank you.
Wow,
Like that.
that's a new one.
Thank you. Next. There are other opportunities. I love picking Mike's brain. Such a good opportunity
Yeah, for
when he's on
sure.
there. Got his charts up. Tell me what you see.
I know as of lately, I've been listening into his morning stream. So I'm just like here in the background, just taking notes. And then, if I see something on his chart, I'm working out some charts to look similar to his as well,
Yeah, I really like how he draws his levels because it's very similar to what I do and what I have done. And so it's like when it didn't sync with the way I see the market too, it's nice to be able to just like fine tune and see how. That's what I love about these communities is you can see how other people do them and futz with your own, and like everything just makes us stronger because we're sharing knowledge and skill and the way we see things, and it's such a nice opportunity to grow stronger together.
For sure.
Man, I can't believe 2.5 hours to drive 9 miles. Makes sense though that area just gets kind of cramped.
I mean, there's one road off the Keys where we were at. So I'm sure it's like that where he's at.
Yeah, just
That
everyone's
makes
on
it
the same.
difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Consolidation.
But I bet you, I mean, I'm sure it's something that happens pretty regularly then.
Yeah, probably.
It's just like at South Padre. In South Padre Island, there's a 4-lane road that goes in and out of the island. And depending on the season and time of day, that road can turn into like 2.5, 3 hours of waiting to cross the bridge.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Tiffany's saying, like, can I just order this online? I'll wait for it tomorrow. Yeah. Or go at night, right?
No, we go early in the morning. We take our family there. I take all, my whole family there during the summer. So we've got some friends and we meet up with there yearly. Ends up like a group of like around 40 of us together and stuff. It's a great time.
Nice. That's a good vibe.
Yeah, we get there in the morning though, so we take advantage of it. Get in there Friday morning and then boom, we burn back. We burn out Tuesday morning. So we usually beat the rush.
Nice. It's good. Jaja has a great point about the 111. That was a nice target on NQ up there, and the way it consolidated too. Definitely at least a good scale out opportunity on those longs. Speaking Steve's language. SPI, Tiffany, what's that?
South Padre Island.
Oh, that's what yeah. Where is that?
It's just an island that's along the Gulf Coast. So down here in Texas, Debauchery Island. Yeah, I guess you could call it that.
That's funny. I'm from the Pacific Northwest, so like I know the big names, but I don't know all the things.
Well, you all are lucky. You all get the real ocean. The closest we got is the Gulf of America. I don't hate on the Gulf. I love it.
Right.
We want to get I'm sorry.
Get there. I want to get down there, man. To check it out more.
Yeah. It's actually changed a lot, Tiffany. If you haven't been down there in like 20 years, like there's a lot of nice restaurants now. There's an HEB on the island. So, there's a lot more amenities on the island.
Nice. So many
Yeah,
places I
20
want to
years
go.
ago, Mhm. That's changed. It's got nicer.
Tiffany, you'll probably have yeah, right. The things we do in college and in our 20s, and then when you get a little bit beyond that, it's like it's all shifts a little bit. The vibe, the intentions, all the things.
Oh, yeah, we're not doing spring break. No way, no how. Too old for that. Already get called unk enough.
I like to stay young sometimes, but things places like that, I think about bringing my kids. Like they want to play in the water. So that is not really the spring break scene with small children. Yeah. The Bears are trying here after that. We've hung at that resistance for quite some time.
Yes, we have.
Mhm. Wasn't breaking up. We'll see what this pullback looks like now because it did break a little bit of structure in the last few minutes here. So we'll see if that was the high of the day today or if it's just a pullback and we'll find support here just a little bit lower. I know Coach Matt talks a lot about the 9 EMA. I really like the 15 EMA, and the ES and NQ both pulled back to that right now. So we'll see if it holds.
Yeah, looking at Mike's monthly chart when he was saying that earlier that he was looking at how big the pullback is going to be, that makes a big difference since his EMA would be fairly low. That's why he's got such a massive dip that he's looking.
Yeah. Such a different scale from the intraday levels.
Mm-hmm.
I like to play SPY and QQQ, but a big factor on those, obviously, if you're doing options, is the theta. Like what expiration are you going to do? Because if you're talking about playing that's why I asked him. If you're talking about playing the monthly chart, you can do futures contracts. Obviously, you don't have to think about theta. But if you're doing an option, that is a really important consideration on that time frame because the move could come, but it could take 3 months or it could take 3 weeks. But that definitely you have to be careful on that theta.
Yeah, definitely. But I wonder if the theory of you buying like the SPY or the S&P would apply to the options as well. So if you were to do the monthly options, you're gonna buy. I mean, you're paying the premium per time, as long as you're not too crazy out the money. As long as you can find a contracts with a good delta, like what, a 0.5, I think, or 0.6.
Mm-hmm.
That should actually give you an edge. But of course, you're just gonna have to keep an eye on them because if price gets too far away from you, that can go down the toilet real fast.
Right. Yeah, options are dangerous in that way. I mean, there's a lot of factors to consider when you're picking your strike and expiration and everything.
Definitely.
The different, yeah.
But that leverage, you gotta love that leverage.
It's beautiful. Like when you can, yeah, when they're just only ever in profit. Oh, that's a great feeling.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I kept thinking about when he was talking about the monthly chart and like the levels. I'm like, okay, setting alerts, thinking about how, like, what expiration I would want. Always opportunities, man.
Yeah, it's a shame that we don't have our swing accounts anymore. We used to have swing accounts here at Blue Sky.
They had that when I started here, but I know they're constantly like taking feedback and adjusting. Like the back end improvements here is like impressive. I'm not even gonna lie. Like the way that that dashboard upgrade this week. I mean, there's been some futzing with it to get everyone in alignment with it, but it's incredible the capabilities in there, and like I think that they're really doing a nice job here of it. Nothing happens instantaneously, but they're trying to make all these changes that really make it such a great platform to trade with.
No, I think the new dashboard is amazing. It looks great. Yeah, it's just what was needed. So many other platforms are missing it.
Yeah, kind of leading edge. Oh, Jaja, I know. Don't feel bad though. If you guys need something fixed on your dashboard, please do submit a ticket. And the ticket volume is heavy right now. The people who are working through that process are working their butts off. So I agree. Like, send them a little love from your little gratitude journal or whatever. But they want you to send tickets. We want to get everyone up and running and like really situated with the new dashboard. So I know you might, you know, have some compassion for our ticket friends at Blue Sky, but let them hook you up, because then once you're established and it's working smooth, like that's where we want to get everybody to. So have patience with the ticket time frame, I would say, but do make your request, because our ideal goal is to have everyone happy and situated. So, right, that's what you're hearing too, Riz. That's the energy from all the guys that are doing it work.
Absolutely. Yeah, if the guys aren't here, it's because they're trying to get everybody taken care of and stuff. I'm sure RQ has chat open somewhere.
If you're friends with them on the back end, just give them a little virtual high five.
Yep.
Yeah, Tiffany, I really appreciate you. You've shown a lot of support for Blue Sky, and that's amazing. And I think some people were transitioned perfectly smooth and everything's working great, and some people it was a little buggy. I think that's just a normal situation when you do a big upgrade like this. That's why we're totally like, please give us the feedback, let us know, let's play with it. But also, it's a lot. It's a lot in the technology world of the programming. So little patience and hang in there. It will be so smooth, so fast. Yeah, you've been awesome, Tiffany. Thank you for that support. That's a thing around here. It really does feel like family vibes, like the coaches, we all really enjoy each other and ping off questions and try and answer your guys' questions. And the back end people at Blue Sky really just work their tails off to get answers and payouts really fast. Like the payouts here are the fastest of any prop funding that's out there, I think. And so I think that's what we want to continue to show up as for Blue Sky for our members, is just that fast, quick responsiveness, real people like getting on it right away. That way we can all just trade together, because that's why we're here, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, main trades. Can't seem to log into the dashboard. So all of it should be working in a perfect world. So if you are new and joined and it's not quite there, you can give it a couple hours, but also just put a ticket in and get in the queue, and they're going to run through everybody's dashboard to like play with it and see if there's little things that need to be fixed. So give it a little bit of time, yes, but then also do just say what you need to say and have them fix you up. If you just joined, welcome, and there's just a little transition period. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you can't log in because your password's not working, you just have to reset it.
Mhm. And it was really important to have the same email, as my understanding too. Wherever you started with Blue Sky, that make sure that login information stayed the same. I think that was a factor. But again, the support really does, even though they're bogged down and the times are slightly longer than traditional with Blue Sky, it's just because of the volume, but they will get to them. And yesterday in my psychology lab kind of worked out, I guess. We talked all about patience, because patience with trading is like such a big deal of waiting for your ideal setup and having patience for your targets and stuff. But it kind of plays over into real life too. Sometimes there's periods of transition and we just have to kind of hold steady and let the bugs get worked out, and then recognize that it's going to be awesome when it's all situated. Yeah, exactly, Tiffany. New York lunch, right?
Yes, it is New York lunch. So, what do you got planned for this afternoon's trade psychology class, Coach?
Oh, we did that yesterday. Was that market close yesterday? Was my psychology lab, but it was great.
Oh, I'm a day. I don't know why I thought it was Tuesday. I should know it's Wednesday. My bad.
Well, it's a holiday week, so it's weird. Like Monday was
Yeah.
I actually felt like Monday. Very true. No, it's going to be released on YouTube though for anyone who missed it. It's all about like patience and appreciating the long game of anything that we're doing, especially with our trading. So.
Great.
But today is my long streaming day where I'm going to be on there with charts and stuff the last 2 hours of New York session today. So I'm going to hop off now, but then I'll be back in 2 hours and I'll be on for a longer period today. So hopefully y'all are still
Fantastic.
here. Thanks for the feedback. Yeah, see you later. Have a great rest of your morning, guys. I'll be back soon. Thanks, Riz. Nice streaming with you.
Absolutely. Nice streaming with you as well. Have a great afternoon. We'll see you for pre-power hour then.
Yeah, I'll be there. Bye.
See you soon. And that wraps up the morning show there, ladies and gentlemen. Gosh. Yeah, fantastic moves in the morning, and now we're going to get chopped up for lunch. Who would have known? Who would have known? What is that until the notes? Got Fed Bowman coming up in an hour, and then we've also got a 20-year bond auction coming in an hour. So that'll be right outside of New York lunch. And then 2 hours from now, we've got the minutes, which, unless anything there shouldn't be anything in there. Like I said, it's a nothing burger. We already know most of the news for the market now. Holding the 9 EMA. All right. So we're hitting the afternoon stretch for Wednesday, February 18, 2026. And the bulls are definitely trying to take back the wheel today. If you're looking at the charts right now, we've got some serious green on the screen after a few choppy sessions. Nasdaq ripping higher up 1.3%. Big tech is finally seeing that rotation back into heavy hitters. Saw Nvidia running up as well this morning. S&P climbing 0.9%, sitting just about 1% away from its all-time highs. Dow Jones up 300 points, positive 0.6%. Big story, NVIDIA and Meta team up. Did you guys see that news today? The main catalyst today, NVIDIA, they're up nearly 3% after Meta's platform announced a massive partnership to use millions of NVIDIA chips for their AI data centers. Jensen Huang basically told the world, no one is doing AI at Meta's scale, and the market loved it. It's a huge relief for tech bulls who are worried about the AI spend being a bubble. Meta is doubling down. Economic data and yields. Stronger economy. We've got some fresh data showing industrial production improved more than expected last month. The economy is proving to be stickier than some bears wanted to admit. That was in our Skycast like 2 weeks ago. I had mentioned that, bond markets. I had also mentioned bond markets this week. The bond markets, the treasury yield is ticking up 4.07%. I had also mentioned to keep an eye on that because higher yields usually put caps on how high the Nasdaq can fly. But tech is shrugging it off for now. So today, like I said, Fed minutes. Everyone is holding their breath for Fed minutes release later this afternoon. We're looking for a clue on those rate cuts that might actually resume. So the notes might actually give us that news. So that might be the sneaky part about it. Stocks to watch. Candice Design Systems, CDNS, up a massive 9.5% after crushing earnings. Moderna mRNA for biomedical play catching a bid at 5.8% on some positive FDA news regarding their flu vaccines. And that's right. We also have Palo Alto Networks earnings yesterday or this morning. Yeah, no, they were after market close yesterday. That's right. The outlier today, sliding over 5% after a week of profit forecast. Cybersecurity is getting a bit of a reality check. Although I did notice that, PLTR was actually ripping today. They had a pretty strong day. I'm not really happy about that, but we're seeing a classic buy the dip mentality in the Nasdaq today. If we can hold these levels through Fed minutes release, we might be looking at a run towards those January all-time highs. Stay disciplined, watch your levels, and don't get over leveraged into the afternoon volatility. And that's my read for the afternoon session. Looks like ES is pushing a little bit up here. 8 minutes in. So is NAS. Can it hold? It's a good move up. You know, we've seen the sell-offs. Can we keep a bullish trend into the New York lunch? That would be nice. Although with like the Fed minutes, stuff like that, we might get some consolidation from more novice traders. And, you know, we're just retail right now. Institutions are kind of out right now for New York lunch. So, you know, you'll see a little bit more organic moves during this hour. How's everybody's trading session gone for the morning? Well, everybody was having a pretty good day with that ripper. I had a great morning myself. I'm working on a new strategy. I'm working on like a 1 hour strat right now. That's what this is all. You can kind of see I'm working on zero and a midpoint, kind of a case study off of equilibriums. So I'm kind of working on that right now. It's still in R&D. So, oh, that's great. That's awesome. Your glitch worked out in your favor. We're not always that lucky, are we? It's like, why? Oh, we did take that. Did we take that? You've been done. You're just hanging here. Great. Well, I'm glad to have you, Tiffany. Glitches never worked out for you. Yeah. Yeah. You know, unfortunately, I feel you on that. You know, there's a lot of times I don't put a stop in because I'm being, you know, I haven't, maybe price hasn't gotten to where I want it yet or something or another. It may be just, you know, well, I used to. Now, if you notice, that's why I always put my stops. I used to. I got to put that in a past tense because I don't do that anymore. Yeah, since I put my stops in, I don't worry about it as much, you know, because then I'm just trading. I'm trading my plan. Oh my God. Yep. I wouldn't. I wouldn't bring that up. That's not. Yeah. If I blow the consistency, I just kind of bite the bullet. But usually when I've gone over my consistency, it's not like crazy. It's like $200, $300, and I just balance it out. Oh no. Yeah, be careful with that because that also can be against terms and conditions. So yeah, definitely. You want to be careful with that because that's kind of frowned upon. So it's not something we necessarily encourage or try to tell traders to do. So that's why I'm kind of tiptoeing around the subject because I've heard about it. So anywho, let's see. Pull back. Okay. What are we going to do here? I tried to short this earlier and I got caught up in it. I got my morning trades in. I don't really want to take a trade anymore for the session unless I see something good or unless we can get below this line. If we can get below the midpoint strategy, then I'm going to go for a short. And I had a pretty good trade on Bitcoin. I took this trade right here. I got that long out of it. I think I got stopped out like right in this range here. Peeled off a few cons here and then took the rest of the position off there. Yeah, I'm in a silver trade right now. I'm actually hedged on it. I'm in a inverted butterfly. I believe. I think that's the correct term for it. No, inverted iron condor. It's something like that. It's something like that. Well, the market looks like it's starting to cool off. Let's go back to NAS, see what it's doing. It's just consolidating. Like Mike said, probably going to consolidate here. And it looks like, what he did mention is pretty much to playing out to a T. Well, we got like that first hour move and just flat lines get chopped up. Go back to gold. GC, that's what gold's doing. Same thing, it's kind of like flagging. Maybe it's an iron condor. No. Yeah, that's what it is. It's an iron condor. That's exactly what I'm in. Because I got one out the money call and one out the money put. Yeah, gold's not even moving. How about oil? How about oil? I haven't looked at oil in a minute. See if there's anything happening in crude oil. Actually looking kind of strong. Dang. Okay. I haven't looked at oil in a long time. I really don't like trading oil, though, to be honest with you. It's so manipulated. I'd rather trade gold. I mean, if I got a choice between, you know, trading something other than Nasdaq or the Russell or the Dow or yes, I'd rather trade gold. But yeah, not bad, actually. Like a W, $64 a barrel. Oh yeah. Crude oil is one of those things that it's all about like levels. You gotta go out to the higher time frames and you trade off the levels, and you just take the breaks of the levels. That's what I've always that's what I remember about trading about it, because it's always like in a range. I mean, it's always in a range, almost always for like such a long, like a week at a time before it does anything. But I think the spread is better on it, though. I think the spread is better on it than silver or than gold sometimes. Also, the margin won't kill you as bad as on gold. You know, gold, the pullback can be much worse, I think. Oh, no, you know, MES is where you want to be. If you want to learn at the very beginning, I would either recommend like MES, or if you want to even be even small, if you're really tight on budget and you don't have a lot of money and you're like real scared to get into trading at the very beginning, I would say trade M2K. You won't blow 50K with the M2K. It would take like some crazy move, like some like ridiculous move to blow your account with an M2K trade. And it's just because the margin is so low on it. You know, you're trading the mini micro of the Russell, you know. And you won't get as much consolidation either. Like the way you get stuck in Nasdaq, you won't get it like that in the Russell. Russell will move a little bit better. Only bad thing is the micro doesn't have a lot of volume. Not like RTY. If you trade RTY, there's a whole lot more volume there. It's just because it's cheap. But compared to like MNQ, there's a whole lot more volume. See, like MES has about 1,300 orders in the chain. MNQ has about 2.6 thousand. So drastic difference, you know, substantial, you know. M2K, how many do we have on there? Like 50, 80, 89 orders on the bid. But that gives you more time to kind of process the trade. You know, it's not so volatile. So you can kind of sit there and, you know, if you're trying to analyze what you're going to do and think about, you know, moving your stops, stuff like that, super helpful. Yeah, you know, if you're dangerously close to blowing an account, yes, I highly recommend, you know, either RTY or M2K. You know, they'll give you a fighting chance. M2K will give you a better fighting chance. You know, if you're down to like $100, $150, But then, you also have to kind of, do you, are you willing to subject yourself to that stress? Do you really want to work yourself like that, trying to salvage yourself out of that kind of hole? I mean, I when I started and I was having issues like that, I kind of welcomed the challenge and I enjoyed it because then it showed that I could grow a small balance back up to something substantial. So, it's kind of like weird, how you kind of want to look at it. For me, it was like that. I found it challenging. And sometimes it was like, I felt a sense of accomplishment if I could, rescue an account like that. And then as I started trading, I started realizing that I was doing that a lot. But then it was like, well, what am I doing wrong that I'm getting in the hole in the first place? And that's when things started making a big difference to me because I was like, I'm over leveraging, I'm over trading. And, the other things that I was tackling started to kind of fall in place, is that I was looking way too much at the charts, but I was in my learning phase. So I also had to bite the bullet because there's only one way you're going to get chart time. And that's by looking at the charts, especially if like you're in your first year of trading, like how do you do it? Like that's what I did. I mean, I was sitting at charts like morning, day and night. There was a point that like my friends could like DM me at any hour and my chart was open or I was in a trade. It wasn't until, a little over a year ago that I just switched it up and I was like, yeah, it's enough. Like I felt that, I was already where I needed to be. I just needed to practice discipline and start dialing in, when do I want to trade? What's the best time for me to trade? What time do I have to trade? And then the next questions, how much margin can I afford to risk per day for the next 5 days? And then creating some kind of agenda. What is my plan for the week? How am I going to do this? And then it was like reflecting back on my trade history. Well, what days are my strongest days? And how do I maximize those days versus the days that I lose more often? And, that starts to come in play is how do I balance my strategy with my losses? Having the self-control not to get tilted and realize what's happening, That's the way it is for all of us. I feel, it's just slowly like things just start to make sense. It's just like, it's kind of like, you're putting the building blocks for yourself, because slowly you start to kind of, progress and step up more and more, So at the beginning, it's so important not to oversize. If you can find ways to make good money if you can make more with less, then I think that that's the best approach. And that was the approach that I resorted to at the end is I was like, okay, well, if I'm doing this, well, let's do it with 3 MNQ cons versus a single NQ con or 2 NQ cons. And I found that to be more rewarding. And then it was like when I would have great days that, I made $1,000 or $1,200 with like 3 MNQ cons, it was like, yes. We're still at the top of this range. Crazy. Well, see, that's a good point, Tiffany. See, and that's what I tell a lot of traders is that, after you start getting experience, but what an easier way to trade the sessions are is in the after hours, trade a full size lot. And then in the New York session, trade the mini micros because you don't have that. You don't have the algos. You don't have institutions. You don't have as much news. You have a little bit more control. At least you don't have US news. You'll have global news in other markets, but as long as it's nothing like crazy, it should be all right. Yeah, that was something that I realized a long time ago. I was like, oh my God, this is so much easier, you know. That's why I like that Sydney trade, and you get those nice swing trades in the after hours. You don't always get that. The pullbacks can be pretty deep in the New York, and that's just because you have such large, bidders in the market. If you got someone that's holding, 100 lots, or someone is news drops on Nvidia and Nvidia drops a 0.5%, you're going to see the Nas take a nasty hit. Or like today, Meta news with Nvidia, boom, I mean, that's your catalyst. We can go over to Apple, take a look at it. What you can do is move your stop up on the 15-minute time frame. I've found that if you get a good move and you start using like the 15-minute, and then just maybe like a candle or two past, put the stop there and slowly start trailing it, you can stay in the trade longer. But it doesn't always work. More often than not, it's not going to work. But when it works, it's going to pay. And that's the point. You just can't be discouraged from it. You just have to understand you're going for a more difficult trade. And as long as your stop's in the money, you make money from it, golden. So like sometimes I don't like moving my stop, for my $50. I don't like moving it from the $50 because I hate to see my take profit get hit after I get stopped out because I'm trailing too tight. But then, you got to be able to eat when you lose maybe 100 points because it pulls back on you, because you're staying true to your trade plan, but when it pays, maybe it made your month or whatever the case may be, it's just like when, you start taking a trade and you get out of the trade because you're like, oh, it pulled back on me. And if you keep doing that over and over, those cuts turn into massive holes that you put yourself into. And it's because you're not sticking to the trade plan. You would, that you realize, man, if I would have not put that trade 3 or 4 times, I would be green by now. And not only would I not be red, but I'd also be positive and I would hit my take profit, right? Yeah, the trick to that is, adjusting your stop. Or like I said, you have to just find that medium and be like, okay, like me, I say the 50 because 4 trades, that's $200. That meets my day at least. That at least makes me happy that I made a day's worth of work for myself. So that's always my important part because, I don't have a safety net. So I am creating my safety net, So at the very, I had to find the common ground of when I get stopped out versus if I hit my take profit, how does that affect me? And what is the result? What is the outcome of that result? And in my mind, the way I frame it is that 4 trades, $200. Take profit means I had a massive day. And that's okay with me. I can deal with those two one of those 2 scenarios playing out each and every single day. And when my take profit gets hit, I know that not only makes the day, that could possibly even make my week. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I feel you on that. I've had that happen, You get left behind, you miss the trade. the best thing I can say on that and what helped me with that is that at the beginning, I was like learning. So it's going to be like that. You're going to have a ton of times like that. But then the thing is that how you're reinforcing and learning that you start taking it on paper and you just keep taking it on paper. You know, you take the trade in an eval, you take it on paper. Maybe you take it in a mini micro. You know, that way you can start to kind of feel it. You know, you gotta trust yourself. You know, that's what trading is all about. That's why it's so crucial that you guys learn on your own, you know, learn the strategies that are being taught to you, but then you trade for yourself. You take your own trade because you have to be fearless when you take your trade. You're going into battle. Do you think if you go into a battle as a warrior, if you're there and you're like, oh, I'm so scared, you know, I'm not going to make it. I'm going to get murdered. Are you going to win? You've already gone into the battle confessing that you're going to lose. You know, so that becomes like the flip flop to it, you know, because then you'll get scared and you'll talk yourself out of the trade. And you know what? The trades are going to go against you. You're going to lose money, but it is the point of not losing it all on one trade. Psychology. It is. I've gotten a lot better at paper trading, and now I take my paper trading very seriously. I take it like if I was losing my own money. Anytime I take a trade, I kind of take it personally because, you know, it is a trade idea. You know, I'm not just, oh, well, we're here, we're going to take a trade. No, I'm thinking about it. You know, there is a rationale behind it, you know, and I let it kind of like, you know, kind of set in, you know, what am I seeing? And that's the other important thing about like for me, I like to start off my day with a couple of paper trades. I want to make sure I got a good read. You know, I don't have 15, 20 years in the market. You know, I don't have that. You know, I got, you know, almost 7 years in the market, and it's not, I still feel like it's not enough. You know, I'm still constantly learning stuff. So, you know, but the main thing I didn't want to be scared trading. You know, it's just like letting a runner go or taking those massive trades that like sometimes you all see. You know, I post them up 2,500%, you know, profit off a trade and stuff like that. What is that? It took me a long time to get there. It took me like years to get those trades. Those didn't come like within my first year. I mean, I got lucky with a few home runs at the beginning, but that was my friends. You know, that's normal for all of us, I think, though. I think sometimes all of us feel like that, especially if you've had a couple of red days, you're going to feel like that. But you know what, Tiffany, the great thing about having a trading buddy or a good community is you can go and you can talk to them. You didn't have beginner's luck at all. I'm sorry. That's probably a good thing, you know, because then you'll feel like I had a little bit of beginner's luck, you know, but I'm fairly lucky. So I kind of, I fault it for that, or I blame it on that because I do have pretty good luck. But then, you know, I learned and I knew the obstacle because I had already been struggling before I had a couple of lucky trades. And even then, you know, lack of knowledge of how to manage a portfolio, you know, leads to a very quick lesson of, you know, having more money is not necessarily a good thing in the market, you know, especially ill-experienced. Well, I'm glad to see that you're seeing improvement. You know, it's like that. You know, my first years in the market were difficult as well. I was not super successful, you know, as I kind of crossed through markets and stuff, because I did transition through a lot of markets. So I had a lot of setbacks because of it. You know, I got into crypto trading. I got pretty good at it. And then I started having problems with that. And then I went into stocks and options. And then, you know, I started having problems with that. And then I went to futures. And then I started finding success in that. But then I started realizing, well, now years into this with different various markets experience, how can I create my casserole? My smorgasbord of trading. That's why, like, you all see me trade so many different tickers. I mean, think about it. Like if you're listening to me, I'm trading a lot of different stuff. I mean, like today, I traded Bitcoin. I'm in a shipping and freight company. I'm in a silver trade. I've taken some Nasdaq trades. Well, congratulations. See, that is it right there. That is the coup de grace right there. Congratulations. I didn't know that you had already gotten a payout. That's awesome. Why don't you have the icon? We need to get you the icon. You open up a ticket and request a payout verified role because you earned it. You deserve it. Yeah, right on. That's awesome. That's great. Now you just have to work towards getting yourself break even from your investment into your props. Oh, okay. Cool. No ticket. Thank you, Ja. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's fantastic right there. Yeah, I remember when I got to my break-even point on my evals, that felt good. Like when I got to the point that my payouts had covered the total cost of my investment for the evals, that felt great. But we haven't moved nowhere. We've literally fallen like, how much have we moved? Like 8 points above it. Oh man, this is such a tight range. Oh, well, you know what? That's great. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for that. I do not blame you for that. Commend you on being humble. That you can be a good trader. That you're gonna be a good trader, Tiff. It's the traders that are like that they keep it more to themselves and don't talk about it and things like that. Those are the real traders right there. Because you guys are in the trenches, you're like just in it. That's what I do. Like I used to do that sometimes with my old trade group. Like if I was in a hole, they knew I was in a hole because I would just dip out of the Discord. It was like I can't be here with anybody. I need to be by myself. I go do a couple of laps in the living room and then I come back into my office and I'm just like got a fresh cup of water or coffee and like take my headset out and then just start just sitting there looking at the charts. No, there's Tipped, huh? It's like Jay Wiz, right, Tip? Just same way, man. Don't talk much about anything. You just hear her just like, order filled. She's a crazy trader. She's badass. I mean that like, yeah, exactly. We stay quiet till our trade is done. And it's just like, bam. But you know what? I mean, that's a cool thing about having a good group, But that's how you learn, You just throw an idea out there and then all of a sudden, you got a buddy they'll call you out on it and be like, nah, take a look at this, and this, or you start sharing, charts, things like that. Are we finally getting that break? Got like 18 minutes till the end of New York launch and some of those minute notes. How's your trade day, Tip? I'm sure you killed it this morning. I saw some of your new indicators. Pretty cool stuff. I'm working on something myself. I'm working like on a 1 hour strategy. What you looking at today, Tip? What else do we got going on? Let's go back to gold. See what gold is doing. If it's even moving yet. It's kind of quiet here in the lunch session. Anybody eat lunch? I actually chowed down on some tacos a little while ago. I got lucky, got a little second that I could eat. No, I was just asking Tipped if you had gotten into that long this morning, or you shortened this pop up. Ooh, nice. Grilled chicken thighs, mac and cheese. That sounds good. You're done for the day. Took a pre-market short, then along the queue and calls. 602, 608, strike closed to get it to 609. Fantastic, bro. Congrats. I'll feel you on that. Yeah, that's a good move. I hate the midday. Midday is so rough, you know? I have to be careful too because I'm sitting here and I want to take a trade and I don't want to risk like my cap. Last week I was getting, the last week I've been getting a little like trigger happy in the midday session. I'm not gonna lie. It's like bad Coach Riz. I do, but I'm just like sitting here and I'm like, man, I want to take a trade, like what I made this morning was great. I took a 200% trade, but I'm like, still, I want, just because I'm sitting here looking at the chart, it's so tempting. Nice. Congrats. 2.2K, 32 on this. Nice. Yeah, congratulations. Oh, I know Tipped over there. I tell you, the morning session is so easy. The volatility is crazy, but if you get a good entry on it, it's just fast. Get your money and get out, right? We buying this? They're bringing the 200 up, though. You can see how the 200's coming up. I bet you we'll tap it. Dang, that's phenomenal. 8.5K. Congrats, Ja. Congrats. Copy trading is so fun. Yeah, I'm actually working on that myself. I'm working on some copy traders right now. I'm working on linking some accounts. What's up, LP? You just got into some puts. Nice. Nice. I like your thinking. Midday pullback, maybe. I tried to. I got stopped out. Well, I didn't even get stopped out. I cut the position because I didn't want it to stop me on and lose that much money on it. I already kind of felt like I was wrong on it. We've just been holding this upper midpoint range. Actually, kind of cool how it's just holding it. That's really neat. I didn't expect it would do something like that. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I was talking to a friend of mine. I always, I've been building algos for a long time, right? So they brought in a new dev, which I'm really excited about. But anyways, the guy was talking to me this morning and he was like, "Hey, have you tried any of your indicators or strategies on NinjaTrader?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "I'm working on a tool to port over TradingView strategies over to NinjaTrader and Creative 8, whatever you want to call it." And I was like, "Are you serious?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "And they actually have a better success rate." That's what he's been finding. So I'm really excited about that. I got some cool stuff I've been working on. Let's see. That's what it's done for me in the last month. Right? Now I'm running 25K accounts on that. Sick, right? We got a whole new interface, man. Our interface is all different now. This is the old one. That's the old platform. They just rolled out a whole new platform for us. You can even imagine the way it looked when I first started with that group. It was all command line and just Discord commands and stuff. And then it got to where like you'd have an application on your PC running to run it all, and then move to cloud based. It's been a crazy evolution, but I've been part of that group for like a good while. That's how I'm trying to work on some of the new strategies. I'm trying to see if I can figure something to capture that morning move. That's what I'm trying to find. I want to see if I can use something like equilibrium or midpoint. So that's, based on the prior day open, and then the overnight high and low. So that's what I've been working on. But yeah, Claude's got some great code. Gemini is pretty good as well. I found that I had less errors using Gemini though. You know that tipped? Yeah, I use Gemini and Claude both, but I've been finding, well, the problem I don't like with Claude is I have restrictions. You can only do 100. You can only do 100 queries, and then you have to wait until like 24 hours. Oh, you pay for premium? I don't know what version I'm using here. It's whatever the web version is. Let's see. Let's see if it tells me. So I'm using Gemini 3 Pro. But with my Pixel Fold, they gave me free Gemini. The other thing I don't like, Claude is pretty cool, but like there's just some stuff I don't like. Like it only does vector based graphics, so it won't do like regular graphics. So you only get like the cartoonish graphics. But the code is pretty good. But yeah, as of lately, I've really been leaning a lot on Gemini. I've been using Gemini quite a bit. I used to use Microsoft Copilot a lot. I like that one, but as of lately, it started to get real flaky on me. I was having issues running it and it just wasn't working as well. But with Copilot, I've got GPT-5. So I get to use that one there. But I heard a lot of people do like Claude. Yeah, I had actually installed Claude on my desktop. You know that? I was trying to see if I could get Claude to run by voice command. I wanted it to interact with my whole desktop because I wanted it to record everything I'm doing to start kind of analyzing my trading methods and my style, to where it could kind of help me identify ways that I could actually, benefit more from my trading, Either that or, help me isolate the best times of day and stuff like that, Got like 3 minutes till the top of the hour. Have that news drop here in a second. Like we might get that push to the top side here though. See, this holds. I mean, this is like 2 hours since we were at this top of this range here. Alrighty, team. Welcome to the top of the hour. We're out of New York lunch. Now, what will the market do for us? Will institutions move us slower or continue taking us up higher? Qs look like they want to push higher. It's like we might see a push here. Unless the bulls can take control of it. The bears can take control of it. Russell is starting to catch a bid, testing the 200. Like we might just get a move here. Let's see what happens. Thanks, Gambling Academy. Appreciate you. Yeah, right on. I'll check out your stream, bro. How's your gambling session? How about that? Well, you got a few traders. You got a few folks on your page. Well, rejecting that new intraday. Well, we tried to test it. That 25 128 got a rejection off of it. Looks like they're pushing us back down into the 9 EMA. Russell's back under the 200. Didn't get over it. It is above VWAP on the 3 minute though. What about the NAS? NAS is as well. Yeah, VWAP is way below us. Significant drop if we were to go there. But if we were to go down there, we'd probably give up more, almost like 50% of the move to the upside. That would be interesting. Give up half the move from the morning session. Oh, you can see it right here. The market is still waiting for those minutes. Just trying to see if, I guess, there's something that they haven't seen yet or heard. It's like we might end up having to wait until that FOMC news in an hour to see if the market likes the minutes. Oh, well, look at that. Dude, we got a great sell. Thanks, Tiffany, for that. I appreciate you. 33% off all emails. The We Know sale. We're not going to sugarcoat it. This migration has been a dumpster fire. They put that in there. He did put it in there. Okay. All right. Enough of that. Broken stats, backed up tickets, password resets from hell. We know, everybody knows. So we're offering a great sell. Use code FIRE for 33% off our evals through the end of the week. Friday at market close, that sale expires. So sign up today, guys. Thanks for that, Macron. That was hilarious. You got me. We know, everybody knows. That's hilarious. Ah. Well, all those guys are quiet right now, so I'm sure it's due to the fact that they're just busy. They're trying to take care of everybody as fast as they can. What? Look at that. There's my quant right there. What's up, Apple? How you doing? How you doing, bro? What's up, baby? Good to see you. Did you have a great day? It's the Apple, man. Man, to what do I owe the good gracious to have you in my Discord, brother? Did all right, man. You killed it yesterday, right? It was yesterday you killed it. Caroline. Oh, that's good. That's good. You know what? Yeah, it's been like that for me like the last 2 weeks. I've been kind of struggling. Like today, I finally found my groove. So, Coach Rizzy found this groove, meet some Feria. And I've had some killer swing trades, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I got into a small cap last week on Friday, Rime, RIME. That little sucker went like 300% on me. It was like a penny stock. I made a ton off of that. And then yesterday I carried into today Zim, and I had a short on that. That went like 200%. I cut out on that one already. So I've had like, what's been kicking my butt is the Qs, man. The Qs are kicking my butt, man. Oh, we're getting tips blood. You know what? I needed to find something to save my hide, bro. Like I said, man, Tip showed up with his bear buddies. When Tip popped in Discord, I knew the party was over. I knew the party was over before it even started. As soon as he popped in, I was like, dang, bro. What'd I do? I know he won't even give you a tip. He keeps offering the tip, but he won't even give you a tip. Like, go short. I don't hear that. I don't hear that ever. My DM don't ding with tip. Like, go short. Nope. Never happens. And I'm nice, What I do? ONDS is up 10%, sitting at 1105. It's true, man. Like, what do we got to do? We got to send him roses or something? I got to send him a Valentine. Is it because of Valentine's tip? Is it because of Valentine's? I didn't take you out to Red Lobster. Now send a gift card, bro. If that's what it takes. It's almost like Steve. When Steve has his chart up, all I hear is cha-ching, cha-ching, but I don't ever hear my DMs going da-ding from Steve. If it ain't Cheesecake Factory, we ain't want it. Do you have cheesecake in Canada? No Raising Cane's either. Wow, it's all sadness and tears. Wow. You're missing out on good eats. Man. I guess Canada's not that free. You know what? That might be your key right there. Look at that apple. So you could go from being the slumlord millionaire to being like the restaurateur. You could open up yourself some Raising Cane's. You could call it Raising Apples. Like coming to America, McDowell's, hey. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'll tell you what's not free is housing in Canada. Who has the most expensive housing in the world? That's what I'm interested in. Let's see what Gemini says. But in North America, New York and Vancouver, California says Amaro. Apple says Singapore. I bleed red like a bear. Get baby. So it makes you tasty. That the overall most expensive. Oh no. No, I want to know. Oh, we're in North America. See? Yeah. You can't even live in Canada. You can't even live in Canada in your own car because of parking is so expensive. Cost you a grip just to park your car. Oh, that's right. Didn't we shoot at them today or something? I heard something about that, right, Tips? Monaco. Most expensive overall is Bermuda. Bermuda currently ranks as the most expensive place to live in the world, with the cost of living 23% higher than New York City. As a small island and British overseas territory, Bermuda relies heavily on imported goods, which pushes the price of almost everything across the board. Additionally, its status as a hub for offshore wealth and luxury tourism drives real estate prices to extreme premiums. Say Switzerland is the most expensive sovereign country. Switzerland has the highest cost of living of any independent nation, ranking third overall globally. Yeah, so supposedly Bermuda is first, the Cayman Islands is second, Switzerland is third, the US Virgin Islands is fourth, and Singapore is fifth. Dang. I thought you had the Cayenne. You got rid of the Porsche already. You switched to a Range Rover? Rich people live in Texas, man. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Maybe. No more spicy cayenne. Oh my god. Nope. No more 911 time for Coach Riz. Maul, I'm team Rari now. The rap god? What? When did you drop your mixtape? I wanna hear this mixtape, bro. No more spicy cayenne. Wow. How about bankrolls being bigger in Texas? Yeah. Apple, drop in your Spotify link. I'm gonna hear this. ABJ, the rap god, mixes. ABJ loves CCP. Now that sounds about right. We already know. Apple is he fights for Kim Jong Un. Came over, Tip. Hey, don't make me put that into Suno. I've got an AI engine I could drop that into, and I can give you a nice little beat out of it. I heard somebody talking about a friend of theirs that's doing like AI music, and they're making a grip doing it. That was what I heard. They were making a ton of money doing it. I was like, wow, really? That's interesting. Hmm. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. That's y'all's new interface? The new mobile app? That's pretty cool. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, see, it was Tiffany. Yeah. Tiffany's buddy does that. He does AI music. He's making a ton of money. No, there's two. You gotta be careful with that ABJ only mans. I've seen the two links. You know, and get stuck in the other one. Are we gonna break? You gonna let it go? The Russell on the 3 is testing VWAP right now, trying to get under it. Will the small caps start to drag the big caps down? Yep. Why are you waiting for Caroline? Is she making a statement today? Oh, okay. I don't watch any of that because it just doesn't make any sense to me. Well, those people are always late, man. They're terrible. Where I talk about the Dow being over 500 or 50,000 again, but we're not. Oh, I know, man. I just waiting for him to say bye, man. I'm just waiting for him to say bye. That's exactly all. I'm like, he says go long. We going full port long. It's crazy though. We're in such a tight range that none of my algos are firing off. They're all just like flat right now. It's crazy. Okay, the Russell just broke. The Russell just broke VWAP. You got it, Apple. Thanks for popping in, my brother. I will see you. Have a great day. And there goes my quant. There goes my quant. I don't know what I'm going to do now. Oh, man, it has been a choppy New York lunch and after lunch hour. 2 days in a row, I missed silver trades because I questioned the entry. This is making me mad. Why did you miss the entry? You've been waiting for the short on it or what? We should get a sell here on NQ. I'm going to test the water. Oh, on the wrong chart. We can do it over here. Oh, that's decent. Yeah. Because then I can put my stop right there. Now, can we get to that midway point, though? Can they push it down there? That would be a pretty good little trade if they were to get down that far. We'll just trail it and see where it goes. Oh, there she goes. She's on. All right, thanks. All right, here goes that volatility then. I'm taking a walk. All right, Amaro. Good luck, my friend. All right, Tiffany. Good night. Have a great rest, and we will see you tomorrow. Safe travels on the road to you and the hubs. I'm ready for my break. You got me for another 32 minutes, and we got Coach Becky in. She'll be helping us navigate the waters into Power Hour. Right, doing some of her trade psychology as well. That should be a pretty good session. I'm hearing like some Iran news that they're going to start putting restrictions on travel restrictions on our Iranians coming into the country. Yeah, if Caroline drops any news, I'll let you guys know as soon as I do. There's some volatility though here in the market with whatever it is she's saying. I'm hearing some news that, we might be seeing some issues in crude oil with the war and the conflict, that we could even see some prices spiking on crude oil due to the conflict. Might be good to start, keeping a tab on crude oil, because if you're looking for something that might manipulate crude oil and make it move, this would be the perfect storm for it to have some kind of explosive move. I would anticipate probably crude oil going up higher and costing more money, more expensive at the pump. Looks like we're going to take that break now, right, Tipped? Well, that entry was pretty good for the short. Finally, I'm one of your 2 subscribers, which means I got relentlessly harass you. I think we all do. I love tagging Apple. If you're like, what? Who's tagging me? Your charts are closed? Fantastic. Mine aren't. Mine are still open. No, Maro's puts are probably starting to cook right now. Yup, I feel you on that. I did that yesterday. At the end of the day, I didn't even trade end of day yesterday. Since I'm not around for power hour now, I'm like closing my charts up so I don't trade the power. Don't get me wrong, I love my end of day trades, but the risk I'm exposing myself to is like pretty substantial. I really don't like that. It's not good. It's not good that I keep, taking such risk at the end of the day. A little bit of that pullback now happening. Yeah, it makes sense. You know, the longer, the later in the day, the more dangerous it becomes for you. I totally agree with you on that. I think, if you're trading the morning session, you should focus on the morning session. You know, you really should not be trading 8 or 9 hours in a day. Nobody's really doing that. You know, I totally chasing losses. You're absolutely right. Yeah. So what now? If you take a losing trade, you're out. You're done for the day, or does it just depend on if it hits your max loss for the day? Or are you limiting yourselves to like a specific trade amount of trades for the day? Because I know for myself, I used to do that. I used to be real strict on myself to only take like 3 or 4 trades a day, not more than that. If I exceeded that, and if I didn't make the money, or if I was in a deficit, I would just leave it until the following day because I already exceeded the amount of attempts I could take to make a trade. But that was the real basis of how I would manage myself and manage my risk, you know, and ensure that I wouldn't just blow an account on a single day, you know, because that doesn't you don't learn anything from that. Oh, nice. Really? Your mentor? Who was your mentor? When did you pick up a mentor? Nice. That's great. Yeah, it took me a while to get accustomed to that. You know, like being okay not to trade for the day, not taking a trade or missing a trade. You know, those are hard. Those are hard lessons to try to learn and adhere to. That, you know, if it isn't there, then don't do it. You know, that's a hard thing right there because, you know, it's just so easy to take the trade. You know. Yeah. I think the thing that used to get me is when I would take the trade and I would be like, why did I take this trade? Or why did I take that much size in the trade? You know, I think that was the hardest thing to like when I started to like kind of like realize the faults in my trading, you know, I would break it down and then be like, man, why did I do this? Or I would take a trade and I was like, as soon as I took the trade, I would be like, why did I just take that trade? And then I started to have better analysis of the why, you know, making sure that I'm hitting all those all those confluences, able to justify why I'm taking the trade. I'm not just taking the trade because, oh, we look like we're breaking. I'm going to just take the short now, stuff like that. Let's see what she sent me. Wow, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how I got to that. I really don't know what really helped me overcome like waiting for my trade. I think when I started to realize that I would see my setups and if I would just wait for them, and then I think what really helped me is having more setups. Once I started to master more setups, it really helped because my day wasn't just so boring, and then starting to master, get better at other indices and then understanding what kind of move I need and what I'm looking for to take the trade I want to take, and now I'm starting to see that, now it's like, I can be more dynamic. I can be more dynamic now than I've ever been before. I was never this flexible before that I could just go from one indice to another and be able to just kind of do it. Yup, BluSky. Thank you for that as well. You are correct. We do have that slail. What gold is doing, still kind of consolidating. Looks like in a bullish flag on the 15. It's at the bottom side of it. So let's see if it either holds it. It's actually testing the orb high on gold right now. Orb high is right at 5,700 or 5,007. I'm sorry, 5,007. Oh, there's the sell. Dang it. Didn't see that. 1136. Hmm. Oh man, now we're really selling. It looks like we are going to give it all up now. Should have held my short. I was done a long time ago, though. Hey, you know what? I mean, that's just the way it goes, John. It's all good. There's always tomorrow, and you're done. That means you made some good money today, right? Ain't nobody went broke taking profits. That's for sure. Why is that not working? Okay. Man, those puts are ripping. Oh my God. Jeez Louise. That is insane. That's crazy. Consolidating for a few hours and there's the breakdown. Sheesh. Weird. Wordy. Excuse me. Wow. Not bad. About 13 minutes from the top of the hour now, ladies and gentlemen. Not hearing any more news out of Miss Lovitz. Hmm. Unless we're going to push lower, Russell's kind of making a bear flag just like the Nas is now. Take that prior wick low out. Get that 25.10 out of the way. Man, why is this not working? Are these working? It's weird. Is anybody holding short on this position right now? Somebody's got to be short too, right? I know Tipped is, and he's done for the day. Got 8 minutes till the Fed minutes are out. Yeah, don't forget we got Coach Becky coming in here in about 10 minutes. And for you after evening traders, don't forget we've got Coach Breezy on at 6 p.m. Eastern. He'll be going over trade strategies, maybe even taking some trades in the Asia, followed by Coach Blasky at 7 p.m. Eastern. He will be taking some gold trades. He is our gold trader in the Asia session, so he loves him some gold. Of course, don't forget about that fire sale going on right now, 33% off. So pick an account, use code FIRE, and get that 33% off discount from your friends here at Blue Sky. In spirit. I feel you. I was going to take it in the queues, but I didn't. Trying to figure out why some strats aren't taking trades right now. It's a nice pullback. Oh, man, they're going to get us back in that range. What are they going to do? That's a nice little sell. almost half that candle they gave it up. Almost half that move this morning. Dang near close to it. They just needed another 80 points down and we would have gotten it. Would have nailed it. I'm still waiting for that news drop waiting for that news feed to drop. Should get it right now.
Hey guys, how is
Hey
everybody?
there, Coach Becky.
Hi. How's the rest of the morning?
So far, so good. I'm just hanging right now in a short position on NQ. So I took a short at 25,066, and I'm just kind of waiting for it to do something.
Yeah, an interesting place here. I had a definite pullback now. I'm so curious what it wants to do because it's all the trading is above today, but it's been sliding. Kind of like this area for potential. ES fell all the way to the VWAP. NQ didn't fall quite that far, but close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See about actually longing. Yes, I like this support area.
Yeah, it sounds like the Fed notes are kind of what we've already been hearing, nothing out of the ordinary or unexpected. Yeah, you still got Feds on both sides, arguing either for us to remain flat or even raise rates, and others that are saying that if inflation goes down, that we could see some, rate cuts. So
Right,
nothing.
the big debate. Now we're kind of sliding down the last hour under that support. Yeah, about an hour of sliding. For those of us that look at volume profile, it's like a P-shaped profile so far with that strong pull, push up, and now a lot of volume being added high, like a high base kind of pattern. It's another how people hear people call it. Curious if we want to retest the higher area today.
Almost kind of have a double top.
Mm-hmm. Intraday, or are you talking?
Yeah, like intraday, kind of wonky, but
Yeah. It was so bullish this morning for that run up, and then it kind of deflated. But I think the bulls might make a play here.
they could.
Let's see. On ES, I like that I feel like we didn't quite get. I had 29 and a half as a high probability potential upper target today, and we didn't get there. I wonder if we maybe want to push to that end of day today. But we might not have the strength in this. It has to break above 6908 on ES.
Mm-hmm. Gold and silver both slid down this morning too from their run ups, and now they're potentially trying to see if they want to hold here. Mm-hmm.
Kind of had today on the daily chart pegged for a more bullish day, but if we slide down today, it's not going to end as a strong bullish. We have 2 hours left, so it'll be interesting to see if it wants to hold for that bullish candles with strength, or if it wants to just be a little more indecision-y with this slide back. Curious. My oldest is homesick today, so he's out there watching Predators. So you guys won't hear alien battles too loudly.
Yeah.
Is at that age, you know,
Yeah.
13. Ooh, thanks for posting that sale, BluSky. 33% off evals through the end of the week.
Yeah. Yeah. Him and Tiffany posted that. We've been talking about that. Great sale.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, they're working so hard on this transition, but things like that aren't generally super smooth. So things to work through. These bears are trying again here. Gosh, what's it gonna do? These plays right here are so hard for me because I see it as falling into a level of potential support, but also it's been sliding the last hour. So there's an argument for both sides, how I see. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I like how gold on the last on the 50-minute chart did make a little high, like a little curve up here. So let's see if she can hold that energy. Happy Ramadan for anyone who celebrates that faith. I think today is opening day.
Today is opening day for what?
Ramadan?
Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah, big holiday for a lot of the world. It's Islamic? Yeah, Muslim. It's kind of beautiful, like the lights and the imagery of it. It's not my faith, but it's really beautiful way I know of it. And I have friends that are, yeah, hey, I knew there'd be someone in here. It's not uncommon in the trading space. Enjoy your season. We won't talk about food today in honor of Jaja. How long is the fast for the beginning of Ramadan? Is it just like one day and then it backs off, or I only know some. For a month.
Dang.
See, I don't even know. Like I knew it started with fasting, but maybe some people follow it differently. I don't know, but goodness. Take care of yourself. It's a hydration period. There's sir. I'm trying to keep the energy, keep the momentum. If I do slide back down into this area, I think we can see quite a deeper pullback here. Based on like we're back in like a low volume anomaly that we created this morning. We're sliding back into it, and either it will hold as support or it will break and we can take it all. It says 68.97. A big support. Yes. Right.
Bears ain't giving up today, it looks like, Coach.
No. They're like, well, you had your turn, Bulls. Oh boy. They're still sinking. See if we can take out that 95. Yes. Thank you. Similarly, what, 981 was the low from last hour. We've got some time left for a move, so it does want to go down and take it out. Oh, I seriously hope all my kids don't get sick with this cold. The viruses this year are rough. My oldest is pretty tough. He usually doesn't get it because he got everything as a baby. So he's the one who avoids most of them. And this one's got him down and out today. Worried for the rest of us.
Yeah. Nobody wants a sick baby at home.
No. No, thank you. Yesterday, I really thought at the end of the day it would mean revert all the way back to VWAP, and it didn't make it. It only made it to, maybe like 10 points above even. So
Mm-hmm.
kind of already back down there. So it's interesting to see, which days it takes it back and which days it holds up. Very interesting.
Definitely sets the stage for some targets for end of day.
Mm-hmm.
I was more thinking that we might get down to like 24,920 ish, maybe bounce around there.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for that pre-market resistance on there. Sure good. It's still sliding. Yes, it's flirting with closing under VWAP, which is a little bit of a sign. So we'll see if she can get a nice confident close. That would be a more bearish direction continuation as well. The Dow took back almost the whole day. She pushed
Gross.
with less aggression, and then there's definitely bears and bulls both in the market these last months. But I've seen some strong moves either way. I love this short for you, Riz. Take it out.
Right?
I like the look on gold. I like this whole push here.
Same.
Silver's not quite as strong, but gold looks like it's going to break this candle here. There she is. I think it was the second Blue Sky podcast we recorded, Riz. I had a cold back then in January too. And I was like, we're gonna record anyway. It's fine, I got this. I'm like crazy town sucking on cough drops. And every time I had a cough, I like muted myself and just tried to cough without moving my face. I'm like, okay. Hopefully I don't get sick and have to do that again. Because that was tough.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's tough. Especially like when we're like sitting there and like you got a little crick in your throat and you're like, I gotta like kind of clear my throat. And I'm like, oh my God. Like I'm kind of lucky because I have my stream deck like right above where my mouse is. So I can usually just inch my arm forward and mute my mic. Nobody can tell.
Yeah. I did it so much that day. I think I was on mute like 2/3 of the podcast because I kept like having to cough and clear my throat, and Yeah, you get better if you practice, like trying to do a real cough, but without moving your face. Let's spring on spring. I've had some. I've had enough. It was a great. It was fine. It was actually. It was a fine winter. But let's go spring. That's where I'm at. All right, support. What do you got? You're trying here. Let's see if they can do anything. Go back up and retest the moving average there underneath. All right, Bulls. What do you got? What are you gonna try? I feel like if they can't hold this time, then they're done. So keep going.
Yeah, they can't hold this. That next leg down.
Yep. Tried right around 11. Now they're trying to get Pacific time. On the 15-minute, we're still one time framing down. Take a strong push to break that.
Yeah, so back and forth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're definitely fighting at this area. On the daily chart, we did get to, on the push up earlier, we did get to a potential or resistance area. It was like it's the lower end of resistance for me, but it is a resistance. So I'm very curious if that is like the resistance on this push up here or what.
Mm. Yeah, oddly, Stock Twits is saying the Fed minutes show possibility of a rate height instead of a rate cut. We joked about that last year.
It's always interesting these conversations about it. There's so much speculation, but the actual information, I don't know. I find it hard to gauge which ones are the most trustworthy observations. Like you never fully know what all considerations the other team is factoring in.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't know. I saw one of the senators questioning Let's see. One of the senators was questioning the Donald Trump's SEC commissioner, and in the middle of the questioning, the judge asked Senator Lisa Blunt from Rochester asked him if insider trading is bad, and he says it depends. He says it depends.
Cute.
So it is up for debate whether insider trading is illegal or not. I thought that was pretty interesting, you know. I was like, man, you know, stuff like that just makes you think if the Fed's just going to turn around and just stick it to them, you know? Because how could they hurt Trump? And that would be to raise rates, because that's the truth. That would prove to everybody that what he's doing is incorrect, because we're going to see everything get exponentially more expensive. And you can't hide from people's wallets, you know? And if it's costing people exponentially more, I don't know.
Right.
You know, now hearing that, you know, just kind of makes me think, you know, what would stop them from raising the rates before J. Powell leaves?
I mean, really, they can do whatever the heck they want. It's conversation.
And they could get ahead of it. They could raise the rate before the new guy comes in. That way, if he wants to do anything, he can reduce the rate. And, well, you just got us back to where we were before. So it's essentially just the dog and pony show for them, you know?
Yeah. Right. Without any substantial change to us.
Exactly. You know, we probably wouldn't see the blip where the rates would affect us long enough that by the time the new Fed chair comes in, and then to give Trump his bone, be like, yeah, we'll cut rates. We'll cut rates back to where they were before. And yeah, Trump gets his win. The Fed gets to still appear like, you know, nonpartisan because they raised the rates to, you know, combat that. That was kind of like what I had in my mind, you know?
Right. All about the aesthetics and how they can spin it and what they should do when to try and get the right narrative. So much to factor in. You know, it's not just like clean information anymore. It's not just like honorable mathematics for the good of the industry and the market. Yeah, exactly.
Good old manipulation at its best.
Mm-hmm. Everybody look over here what we're saying, because you don't want to look at this other thing.
Yeah. Don't look in the books. Just listen to what I'm telling you.
Do it because it works. Dude, look at that last 15-minute candle on ES. She's the tiniest little body. Good. Ooh, and Q just broke low.
Apple is breaking down. Nvidia is also selling.
And I couldn't hold it.
I'm getting sell signals now on the Qs as well.
Mm-hmm. And they couldn't.
I'm really surprised.
Couldn't make it.
Mm-hmm.
Where you say when?
Yeah, and it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy because, you know, NQ got to my breakout spot at 25,020. So I had a target of 25,188 with us breaking out and just didn't get there.
Mm-mm. Nice. Trying to put it at the top. Beautiful tipped.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I feel like you just left me out.
Come on.
I'm so hurt. Well, we're testing the 200 now.
NQ finally tagged VWAP on that push, so although ES has printed a little bit below, they're both right around there. There's a support on ES down around like 80, 79-ish. Let's get that little close.
And on tip, I like Webull. I like their desktop platform. Have you checked out their desktop platform? I'll tell you what, man, trading options never became easier until I went back to Webull. Like trading the actual contract on the chart, that's how you make money. Well, I'm glad it's working out for you. Hey, Coach Becky, where do you trade options at?
I trade on TOS, my options.
Cool.
Yeah. That's where I started, and I just have never switched. I feel like, it's not bad. What do you guys like about Webull for the options?
Credit card deposits. I can use my debit card to deposit and it'll be in instantly. And then at midnight, when my options settle, I can cash out instantly and it's in my account the same day. Can't do that with TOS.
Mm-hmm.
I use TOS. That's actually where I started. I started on TOS and I was still inexperienced. Now I'm sure if I went back, I could probably navigate it better than I did then. And I wanted something more simplistic. So I went over to Robinhood and then I learned my lesson there. So I realized how terrible that platform is and how you have absolutely little to no risk management on their platform for your trades. So it's crazy difficult to trade there. And then I went over to Webull because Webull actually plugs into my algo engine, so I can auto trade options too with my algos. So I've been doing some tests for like the last year, and I just use the platform, and I like it. It's easy to use. It's flexible. I mean, that's pretty much. And I like the instant deposit. I like that. No, not too many reputable platforms offer that. So, and the other reason I was using Robinhood was because here's the main reason why I was trading Robinhood. Now remember is that I do a lot of crypto gambling, like a lot. And my winnings, I would actually dump it into Robinhood's crypto side, sell them, and then take the money and a part of the profit, I would put that in my trade account to trade with. And I couldn't do that with anybody else.
Yeah. Nice.
So it allowed me to have the capital for my more like degenerate trades. I'm going to buy like 20 of these contracts, and I could move money over like instantly because I always have a lot of crypto. So I always have a bunch of coins. So, if I ever had like, hey, I saw my setup and I didn't have the money in there, I could just move the crypto coins over. So that was the real reason why I moved.
Mm-hmm. The liquidity you were needing.
Just a basic option that I could move my crypto over there and trade with my crypto. I didn't have to put money in the account from my cash account or from my personal checking, So, I liked it. And I always have one account that's like my cash that I day trade in. I have a cash account that I always just, I'm turning and burning in there, trying to make some money. And then I have my longer accounts, but I don't mix the two so I don't get out of positions that are swing trades. Because if I have them in one account, I'll have a tendency that, oh, I don't want to cash this out. I'm going to sell this so that I can have available capital. And I used to screw myself over because of it. You can obviously tell, because I get out of a position and then that position moves while I'm doing something else, and now I can't re-enter. And it would just create these funny situations that most people wouldn't experience. And me, I was like, why did I do this? So yeah, that's kind of why I do it like that. So I have my funds split up just to make it to where it's not easy for me to just degenerately just start taking money from other areas.
Right. Nice. You got a system built.
It's something. No, but you know what I'm saying. Sometimes you have money laying around or, you're like, oh, this isn't doing anything. Let me move this here. And, you forget about why, you have something cooking there. It's there for a reason. And, you don't go back to the trade, talk yourself out of it. Then that trade works out. Maybe the one you moved into didn't work out. So stuff like that would happen. And I was just like, I can't mix my day trades with my longer dated trades. So this just makes it to where, I just don't do that.
Nice work. This guy has a question here about spot 5 on the pullback, profit from on 5, you profit 30. You could have not just filled them all. Are you flat on your position? It shows that you're all cashed out. Yeah, exactly. Just make sure you're flat. Okay. So I don't know exactly why that would have happened. It could have been it couldn't get everything filled, and then it saw a sell 5 order and it canceled it all out. But as long as you're flat, I think you're safe. But it probably was a situation. We just couldn't fill them all.
Now, the other thing it might be is your spreads might be off on them. So while you close the 5, you might have been in the profit for 3 of the 5. So, 2 of them may have ended up flat, while the other 3 were profitable. So you also have to keep that in mind. I would go to your order sheet and look through the trades, and you'll be able to see how they were filled. Like, especially if you did a market close, you should see how they were closed on the market. If they were individual, like maybe 3 and 2 like that, or maybe if they were all 5. So I would look at it in that manner and see the actual close. Absolutely. You're welcome.
Yeah.
If there is a discrepancy, just open up a support ticket and we can get it taken looked at for you. Yeah, it's a bad thing about gold. Sometimes the spread can kill you, You think you made money and you market close and you end up flat or you lose a couple of bucks on it. I've had that happen to me plenty of times that the trade looked like it was positive, and then when I close the trade on it and look at the P&L on the trade, it's actually red. Nothing worse than that.
Yeah, so frustrating.
So I don't like doing. That's one reason why I don't like closing on a market order. I really don't like closing on a market order. If I'm going to close a trade, I rather hit my stop limit or my take profit.
Right. There's slippage. You don't get slippage that way.
Exactly. That was like something I used to deal with at the beginning when I was first trading. I would find that so frustrating is that, I was like, oh, look, I made, $25 and I flattened the trade and then I'm only up like $5, or I ended up breaking even. I'm like, what? I could have sworn it said 25. But, by the time you click that button, the order gets sent to the broker and processed. It's more than enough time for the price to have moved. Yeah.
Right. Oof. So easy though. It happens. Like,
It's just so many nuances to losing money. You don't realize that stuff when you're like starting to trade. Like how many little things can, $20 here, $50 here, $100 here. And at the end of the day, you can end up with a $600 deficit really, really quick.
yeah, absolutely. A lot of moving parts.
Absolutely.
Strength, man, on these bulls right now. Oh.
There you go. Yeah, so your exit price was slightly different on them. There you go. Okay, perfect. We found it.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, I like that about the Trade of Eight site. Because you can put that little bar at the bottom and it can tell you your P&L, the position, and everything. You can adjust those cells like on your chart. You can add that to where you can actually see your trades and everything like that, like while you're like on the chart itself. So you don't have to go to a separate page. There's a lot of different cells you can add in on the chart to where you can get an overview of what your position is. I think I like it a little bit better than the trading view. Because on the trading view, you got to go into you got to go into the lower dashboard to see what your account is at. Is that really the London high? Damn near it.
Yeah, we're back into the support where we rallied from this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, the 15-minute, I got a sell signal. Still a bear flag.
Right. I feel like that was a really strong breakdown, and now they're just having a little retracement now, but
Mm-hmm.
strong energy there. The bears. Little retracements after that, those kind of pushes make sense. Profit taking from the scalpers. Now let's see if we can get a little follow through down low. We could even flip to stay around, end it bearish. That'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's strong bulls in the morning, and they can't hold it.
No.
Get more energy down. We should. I think we should.
I'm for it.
Okay. We're in 10 minutes left. Let's go.
We got 10 minutes to power hour.
And check in the Weeble, see about what I need to open an account over there. I like the sound of that for options. This weekend I'll dig into it a little bit. I like the option plays because sometimes like I'm an opening bell futures trader, and so like I'll get sometimes I feel like I want to be done trading based on how my morning goes, but then there could be a whole move happening. So I like to play the options like throughout the day if you could catch a trending day or end of day sometimes. So I like having the flexibility there.
I just like trading options because, with a few $100s a day, with a few $100s a day, you can make a couple of thousand. It doesn't take a lot of money to make a few thousand with a decent, trade in the options chain. So I like that, So I usually look for a couple out the money and some cheap cons that I can turn and burn,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love to mix it with my futures trades, because we can make good money with the futures trades, but being able to have a little cash money, I can cash out at the same day, that's nice because there are no futures accounts that you could get your money instantly like that,
Yeah. Well, and I love what Mike said this morning before he went off. He's like, "You made your money, lock it in, move along." And I like that how options are another option when you when you see a bigger move potentially, but you want to protect your growing futures accounts. Just more ways to play the game.
Exactly.
Come on, I feel like I should get down to like 80. 79. Let's go. Here she goes. Getting closer. You're on there. Does Webull have the pattern day trade rule? Is that just like everywhere with options, or is that just a TOS thing?
What is that?
Where you can only trade like 3 zero DTE options trade a week.
Oh, PDT rules. You got PDT rules. So here's the thing with Webull. Webull is kind of weird. Like, if you use a cash account with them, you can actually get around the PDT rules. They'll actually allow you to have the funds made available to you, and they'll give you an extended amount of like tries. But I day trade my cash account, and it doesn't have that much. It doesn't have 25K in it, and I'll take about 20 trades in a day. So I'm not sure if Tipped has had the same has had the same luck, but I know with Webull it's like that. So they will allow you. They will make the cash available to the trade right after.
That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna step away for a moment. Someone's at my door. That's why my dog is barking so much. I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. It'll be nice once they lower that, right, Gabber, to 2.5K. Yeah, that's the new level that they're going to be putting out. So, I mean, pretty much has gotten voted for. They just haven't done it. I think it's the summer, right? I think it's the summer that we get that. We get that, and then we're going to get what, zero DTEs on Nvidia, Apple, and a bunch of other tickers, right? Damn, why did I get out of that short? Got 3 minutes to power hour, team. Let's go over to heat map. Take a look at the heat map. See what it's looking like. There's a lot of green. Why is the market just dumping? What? Let's take a look at gold. Gold is starting to sell as well. Looks like Bitcoin closed its opening gap to the downside. I wish I would have flipped short on it. I would have paid. I took this long. I traded that and some 0 DTEs on iBit. Look at that. We're just going. Oh, why did I do that? There we go. Came all the way down to the orb low. Jeez. Cheese and rice. So did we? No, still. Oh yeah, we did. Dang, we did break the midpoint. God. I kind of digging this. I'm kind of digging this whole strat. Let's see if this thing holds water for another week or so. Let's see if we can go short again on it. Supposedly, the good trade is under the midpoint. Yay, good morning, Coach Matt. How's it going? What up, team? Not good morning, good afternoon, I should say. Come on down, sir. Come on down. Yeah, you got it. Coach Becky had to step away for a second, so I'll hang out here with you guys. I just got wrapped up in the chat at the beginning of the hour, so I just stayed in. Instead of burning out at 1 p.m., I stayed. Just had too much fun. But then again, it's nice having someone else to talk to here on the stream. But chat's been great today. Chat has been lively, so they've been typing. So awesome to see them throwing in some comments and questions throughout the stream today.
What's up, Rick?
And those, hey, what's up, Coach Matt? Good to see you. Long time.
Oh, good to see you as well. What's up, Becky? She's on mute, assuming she stepped away.
Yeah, she had an emergency. Good. Been going good so far. How about yourself? How's your trade day been?
Little up and down today, I would say. Little up and down. Caught some early bullish action. Got faked out on the 69.20 breakout, so I'm 1 for 2. But the 1 paid out decently, and the 2 got stopped out with the tight stop loss. So I'm doing very well.
Great.
And loving gold. Loving all things gold. Not loving the reason gold went up today, but loving gold nonetheless.
What was the driving factor that you heard on gold?
We're going to war with Iran.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean, there's been a little hesitation on whether or not we'll actually do that, but it looks like we got a lot of military assets heading over there right now. So, yeah, we'll see. But crude's pumping today, gold's pumping today. Silver's basically taking back what it lost yesterday. I like the current development in silver, but I'm going to need to see more reduction in volatility. But yeah, outside that, enjoying the gold move a little bit, trying to fight that 5K level on the intraday side of the equation. It's good to see tech lead for a minute or two, at least for a minute or two.
For the morning session, right?
Yeah, it got a session at least.
They got a little relief bounce.
They got everybody excited about Meta buying a whole bunch of NVIDIA GPUs. And that sparked a nice little rally in NVIDIA. Some of the other AI side of the trade. Software is still terrible.
Yeah, we were talking about that during the midday show about Meta and NVIDIA.
Yeah, I thought it was positive news in general, personally. I don't know what your guys' take was, but specifically for NVIDIA is what I'm talking about. There's been a lot of chatter recently that companies like Meta was going to start looking to Google and utilizing the TPU technology out of Google, which is much more cost effective, as a way to kind of drive their semiconductor purchases. But it's obviously more complicated than just buying a GPU versus buying a TPU, and I think people are starting to figure that out. And so they went and they said, nope, we want all the next gen in NVIDIA GPUs. So I thought it was a good story for NVIDIA. I don't know how good it is for tech in general. I'm not sure tech in general is going to find consistency until they get NVIDIA's earnings report next week.
Yep, I agree.
That's the big dog. King, queen country of the entire marketplace, NVIDIA. Broad shoulders holding up the entire space. We'll see if they can do it again next week.
Well, Meta's coming in at the perfect time because they need a customer and they need something to put on the books.
Well, I just thought they needed to get people, for specifically NVIDIA, needed to get people off that debate in their heads. And maybe I'm, gaslight or projecting here, I should say, because that's been a little bit of my worry on NVIDIA is that people will, eventually start moving over to TPUs out of Google. And although that may be the case down the road, it ain't today. And that's what I think the NVIDIA purchase kind of reminded, at least for myself. It gave me some confidence going into that NVIDIA print next week. But semiconductors have never been the problem. Software is the problem. And specifically software as associated with SaaS. Good luck with that. Oh, does the market start finding a bottom here at the 80 level on this little sell-off over the last couple hours? What you think, Rez? Is it setting up a new short or is it setting up a reversal? Where's your head there?
I'd like to see us go further down, but when I look at the hourly, no. Well, we already gave up the bull flag. Yeah, we already gave up the bull flag.
Yeah, it's a little bit deeper bullish retracement now.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to get more downside. We'll see, though.
I do have an opinion on the ES at this level. This is a level on the hourly chart where I'm looking for a short-term pattern here.
Mm.
And right now, like the ES, and I'm certain it's on the NQ as well, it can't get above the 5-minute 9 EMA right now. So step one, get above that. If you can't get above that, there's no bullish conversation. Yeah, underneath 80, it kind of gets a little bit dirty. Judge, I would certainly agree. I mean, I do think you could be expecting at least a 20-point move underneath 80.
I'm supposed to be speaking any minute now as well, so.
Say again, Riz?
Donald Trump's supposed to be going on stage any minute now, so supposed to be talking about the market. Donald Trump, President Trump.
He's giving a speech right now?
He's supposed to be going on stage any minute, so we're just waiting for him to go live.
Oh, the Fed minutes came out today. The Fed minutes say the Fed is split on where interest rates should go. You don't say. Huh. Shocking.
I was hearing news that they might raise rates.
They ain't raising rates. Yeah, Judge, I started chuckling a little bit there too, brother. I believe there was a speech last year where it got a little riled up during Black History Month. It was actually pretty hilarious. So I'm gonna have to check that out. And don't get me wrong, I do know there's Fed officials, Riz, that are talking about the environment justifying raising rates. And specifically GDP, inflation is still a little bit elevated versus where they want. And if the president was not Donald Trump, I would say that's a legitimate debate. Good luck raising rates. There's no way he would have nominated that Kevin if it wasn't for a backdoor agreement. I just don't believe that. Plus, Kevin has already started working with the Treasury Secretary on proposals to tie both the Treasury and the Fed's quantitative easing plans together. It's about as dovish as it gets.
Oh, look at that. Steve's back. I'm sorry, what was that, Matt?
Oh, we're starting to break a little bit here on the 68.80 level here on the ES.
Mm-hmm.
Have I said recently how much I love the 9 EMA? I think I have, but I'm going to say it again. Man, I love navigating with that bad boy. Yeah, it's staring down the barrel there, testing that 5K. It's been basing there for the last 20 minutes or so. It's rocking the same type of story, Jaw, that the ES is doing right now. So they're kind of trading in line together. ES violates, you'll most likely see gold violate. Gold's got a little bit of a pocket down to that 49.80 level, maybe like 49.85, I would say. It's got a double wick on the break earlier today. It's got a double wick at 94, and then it comes down to like 85. So kind of tight zones on the pullback, I would say, but definitely trading in line with what the ES is doing as well. Yeah, I had a good overnight. I had a really good overnight. Like it took it took really kind of getting into Asia, but it was very consistent for the first couple like 4 hours after the reopen. %, green candles. Then it got a little flat line going into Europe. Then Europe drifted.
Trump's on now.
Yeah, he's speaking right now, Riz.
100.
All right, team. Good luck. Ben Carson. Oh man. Do you want to hear his name? Is a better question. Me neither. I guess he is speaking for Black History Month. Huh.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're getting economic conversations here.
Oh man, now I'll be 75 on my next birthday. Hold on. I'm not like President.
Oh, just fade, fade, fade. It's riding the 9. Doing the merry-go-round at Disneyland right now. I was speaking of the ES, not the president's speech, just to be clear. Rich, you there?
Yes, sir. I am here.
LT has a really good question. He says, hi team, what is your suggested strategy to pass the 200K static account if you want to pass before the rebill? Base hit $300 a day with the NQ, MNQ, or size up to get max consistency within the 30%. Dave, what's your thoughts?
Well, for me personally, I like to knock out an eval in like 3 to 5 days tops. I don't like to take 30 days to pass it personally, and that's just because time is not on my side. It is not a commodity I can buy more of or gain more of. So to me, time is of the essence, and I'm willing to be more risk prone just to pass the eval. And then when I'm trading in PAs, I am more conservative on that side. So I think it really just depends on where you're at. Can you afford it? Things like that. How many evals are you trying to pass at once? I usually am passing like a handful. I can be trying to grind out like 3 to 4 at a time. So because of that, I kind of just offset my risk that way by having more. How about yourself, Coach Matt?
You definitely have more experience on that side than I do, but I did really like your answer. I personally I can't shut down my approach from a virtual to a live in any capacity. I'm always rules based. And so I don't really change regardless of the situation, to be honest with you. So whatever your consistency within your rules are, if you want, now don't get me wrong, I do have, ranges where I can turn it up, turn it down a little bit, but I would suggest stay within your rules, whatever those are, even if you go to the max level of them. I don't know if that helps, but that's how I would approach it.
Yeah, I think it's really one of those things that boils down to what you're comfortable with risking. Obviously
Yeah.
you spent money for the 200K eval, right? How far along are you on it? Do you have like 5 days left? Do you have the full 30? How far are you in your trading career? Are you capable of being more risk prone and taking a larger risk to try to pass it faster? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say LT's got some experience, like not a new trader type thing. Yeah, we would get some quick emojis there.
Yeah, it's just one of those hard questions because I think it's more like unique, because you got some traders that they're fine with grinding the evals out and just doing it that way. But I can I can flip, I can be more risk on and then be fine, trading a PA and just M&Q and taking my base hits.
Yeah. LT, I would always stay within my personal rules. And even though your rules are still undeveloped, you still have rules, which means you can't break those rules unless you modify them through back testing and study and outside of the live environment. And certainly you don't change rules to justify what you want to do in the market. I'm not saying you're doing that, not in any capacity. I'm just giving you my thoughts and how I approach that. But I wouldn't max up I personally, and this is just me personally, I wouldn't max up just to hit a target, date. No. But I'm also fairly conservative as well. Georgia, I guarantee I would. I guarantee I guarantee I would. I guarantee it. Like, I'm already having a slight mini heart attack over here right now, just thinking about how aggressive you're probably being. Yes.
Listen to me.
It's accurate. It's accurate.
You know what, LT? Try this. Why don't you look at your past performance? You've already been grinding out evals and accounts for the last year. So look at what has been, where did you find the most success? Was
Great
it
suggestion. Continue your thoughts. I'll jump in after you're done.
cool? I would suggest looking at what has worked for you because something was working and you're looking to find what that answer is. So unfortunately, we'll only see what you're telling us, but your trade journal and looking over your past performance of your trades and what your accomplishments have been. Do you find that, taking 5 to 7 days to pass an eval works better than taking 15 or the 30, whatever the case may be? You should be able to look through your trade history to find that. And that's where you should be focusing on, because what is the recipe that you're using to be successful in that space? Not looking for, do I need to go bigger or go smaller? You need to find what was working within the past year. Like I noticed that for me is that, I know my pivots, I found my good trades, but then it was a matter of the time. Do I have time to wait for 2 weeks to pass this eval? And once I got to a point that I could see regular setups that I could trade regularly, then it's the understanding of how much am I willing to risk? Because if I'm going to spend, let's say $1,000 on evals a month to pass, let's say a percentage of them, but if I'm taking out 15 to 20,000, then you can see where I'm adjusting my risk. Because you got to look at the cost basis of the evals versus what your return is. And that's where those metrics start to kind of really play in, really well. But if you're not getting payouts, then you really need to focus on where do you find the most success? And it just might be that it might take you 2 weeks, And for me, I get flustered. If I'm not making real money, it doesn't motivate me. If I can't take it out and go buy lunch and stuff like that, it just doesn't matter to me, and I won't trade it the same, and then I have to kind of just base my risk according, and now I can do it. Now it's like, all right, I got an eval. I'm gonna go heavy on the eval because I want to knock this out in 3 days. But then I've got all these other PAs and self-funded accounts that I'm just nickel and diming, $25, $50, $75.
I think those are wonderful points, Rich. Like, truly.
Thank you.
The only thing I'll add to that, LT, is download your trade history, upload it into Grok, have Grok evaluate your trade history, and then ask Grok a simple question. The same question you just asked us, but change it a little bit. What is the highest probability of me accomplishing the XYZ on target date? Option 1, scale up. Option 2, target the $300 per day with the NQ or, additional contracts on the MNQ. And see what Grok says on the highest probability of achieving XYZ goal. That's kind of a combination of, having, Grok. That's the research tool I use. You can use whatever platform you want, obviously. but just have it evaluate the overall performance. Well, I don't know what grog is, and if grog's eating your credit limits, then I would say you're on a different type of AI platform there, boss.
Sounds like AI hack BluSky.
Yeah, sounds like it's eating some credits there, brother.
Yeah, and you know, it doesn't have to be a CSV file. You know, like mine, like I can use Gemini and I can paste in a screenshot of my account
Yeah.
activity and it'll analyze it just as well. It'll
analyze
tell me, yeah, it'll give me all my breakdown of everything I've been doing.
It's actually one of the good one of the things AI platforms are actually pretty decent at evaluating data.
Very good.
Just don't have it write an article for you, or it'll have 14,000 slight mistruths in it. What?
What does that mean?
No, tipped. Seriously? That is interesting. We have military base in Syria. I'm trying to not overinterpret that. Yeah. Now the real question, tipped, was those VIX out of the money calls? And how far out of the money? Because if we see a spike, we're going above 30. Like it would not take a lot to get into the high 20s. So if that's how I like playing the VIX, by the way, tipped, is not like actively trade it, like take a shot in the dark type thing, out of the money. If it hits, it hits. Just do it with play around money, you know what I mean? On that type of stuff, those shots in darks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call a deep out of the money call option, by the way. Yeah. On the VIX, yeah. You know, bears are just grinding to give back all of it so far. And I do mean grinding. Although, oh man, interesting little pattern. Let's see what can happen here. First test against the 90 EMA in the last 25 minutes, guys, and we are blasting back through that 6880 level right now. If the candle closes above the 5 EMA on the ES, here will be the first candle close above the 5 EMA since 2 hours ago. I was hoping that battle was going to be at 80, but I don't mind it popping back up above 80.
Hey, Matt. Sorry, I got caught up in a situation there. I'm back.
Oh, you are just fine, Becky. You show up and the perma bear brings the bulls.
Hey, look at that bullish pop right there. I see a break of structure on the
That's
5.
right.
I did catch a nice bit of that short right as someone showed up at my door that I had to manage. But the short worked out well. Now we got some bulls. We'll see though.
We'll
We're
see
right
if
back
they
to
can close it, but
right back to where the support was this morning, where we popped from. So it's so interesting, this level.
oh yeah, it's right on the 80 level, like on the ES.
Yeah. Yeah, if you draw the way the demand held this morning, like that's where we settled on just now, and
Yeah,
the
right.
daily candle will be interesting.
I thought it was going to be hard for the daily candle to close where it was. There's a lot of resistance north of that,
Mm-hmm.
but giving back everything isn't good either for the bulls.
Yeah, right. On the daily chart, we pushed apart against the. I have the 15 EMA on my daily, and we pushed it through it today, and then fell right back underneath of it, which kind of we closed this way underneath it. Bears are still trying. Tip, you shorted NQ this morning here? Oh, before open. There you go. Yeah, I was sliding down before open. Nice. Okay, so I was like, after open, this is a tricky place. This is bold. That's good. Yeah, I thought silver and gold might have made a rally too. Like, what is that? Like almost an hour ago now. I thought they were trying, but they had another push down in them too. Interesting little chirp sound. I don't think that's me chirping. Okay, it does sound like a bot. Is it coming from me? Outside. Outside. Yeah. Okay.
Gold's trying to base at 5K.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of hard to see anything on the bull side coming into the close, though. It's still below that 5-minute trend line. A little too much for me. Tipped. I grew up in Utah, and I can tell you the Wasatch Front peaks and the different types of technical patterns that they form. You are so correct. All I see is patterns, brother. All right, 5-minute closed above the 9 EMA on the ES for the first time since the sell-off began a couple hours ago.
Picture. That's funny about side note on that, but when I text people on my phone, like it will abbreviate to ticker symbols all the time. Like sometimes, and if I put an M in there, it'll be AMD or like MU comes up for Micron. Like my phone thinks I'm talking in stock tickers all the time. It's like, who are you texting and what is your context?
Well, yeah, I wasn't going to point it out, but I mean, not technically a double top. Just throwing it out there.
Well, don't feel bad, Becky. I talk in my sleep about the price action, my wife says.
Yeah. It's in everything. It becomes a part of who we are.
Pretty much.
I dream about day trading gold last night.
I was talking to my 13-year-old and I used the term resistance when he was talking about like friendships or whatever. I'm like, you're gonna encounter resistance with that conversation. He's like, what are you saying? And I'm like, oh yeah, I guess it's a little different. kiddo. He's gonna
Oh,
grow.
Blasky, I'm sorry. You're a good looking man. I seen you on
You're a handsome
stream.
man, Blas.
And I saw you in that suit when you first started.
He spouts his Pokemon.
What's up,
What's up, Amaro? You're back from your walk? Dude, those shorts are cooking, bro. Amaro took a short before he took off for a walk like 2 hours ago.
What? Sick. The top of that consolidation when it started breaking. It was weak up there. Oh, that's funny too. People who don't trade try to like understand it, but without enough context. So then it does assimilate to gambling for a lot of people.
Well, I don't. All I know about the Fed minutes is they did lower the probability of a cut fractionally in every time frame, like by 1%.
So it should be bullish for the market.
Basically,
In
it's
theory.
nothing.
I appreciate
Basically, what we thought the minutes were going to be.
Riz, is that you in the after hours?
Always. It's me 24/7. What are you talking about, Coach Becky?
No judgment. To each their own.
It's like Nacho says. You know, you got to risk it for the Lambo. You know, if you ain't risking it, there ain't no way you're going to end up in the Lambo.
True story.
That's Steve 777. It is his 777. So many of those posts by the bot, right? I just want to quit eating hot dog. But that doesn't. You could change that up, Ron. You could be having what is it? A crispy dog. You could have a coney. You know, you could have a corn dog. See,
I just didn't know there was a dogaholics.
There's aholics for everything. My kids insist on chili dogs and Sonic the movie every month or two. It's a real thing in my house. Yeah, see? Okay, Ron, you get the chili dog situation. Oh, man. Sometimes I'm like, I don't have any buns. And they're like, just bread.
All right. Everybody's got to answer. When you're at the Costco store, are you getting the hot dog or the piece of pizza?
Pizza.
hot dog.
I'm a pizza guy. I'm getting a slice of pizza.
Mm-hmm. But also those fruit smoothies. Fruit smoothies are jam. Oh, no Costco. Is that even in
Blasky.
America? I don't even know Costco.
Yeah, what's
Where you? Oh, oh,
a nice little BJ wholesales?
I
Tip?
need my Costco. Yeah, I gotta do Costco once every week and a half or so to just keep these boys fed. The Costco dog deal is legit.
Oh man, the Costco dog and a Coke or a Pepsi, I think it is.
That's like $1.50, right? This is interesting. Push up here at the end.
When you're riding a 9 like that and it closes above it, the algo stops.
Interesting push.
The 90 test that we're currently testing, Becky, is the 15-minute 9 EMA and a little pivot action there from earlier.
Hmm.
I mean, last night.
Right. Yeah, it was a key area coming into the New York Open today. I have it marked as well that we're like right at.
Isn't that right at the? It's not the orb. The orb's up a little bit, but
Yeah, because this is just. No, we're at
give me a 2-bar base and break. Let's go.
New York orb high for a 15-minute was 89. We just popped above it. I'm wondering if we want to retag VWAP. You know that towards the end of the day, I always have eyes on that. That's at 96.5. Hey, around the samples, right? Ugh. Sometimes my kids are inconsistent though. If it's something they don't like and they take it, like then I gotta deal with the garbage and the half-eaten slobbered pieces. But they have garbage cans everywhere, so it's not bad. But it gets real busy with sample times. Funny. I don't think they mind.
Two loops. Sometimes the samples ain't bad. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes the samples ain't bad.
Plus, if you're kind, they're like, "I'll take
Costco.
another one."
If you're not testing samples at Costco, why are we even there?
They know it's a perk. They know how to keep the business. Oh, looks good.
I hear the Amish are supposed to be like doing a lot of marijuana crops. I heard that's like a thing, right?
I don't think the original Amish. I don't think so.
Not the original, yeah, probably not. I saw that on TV the other day. I didn't get to watch it. Yeah, I need to get out of this.
Let's go 96. Nice. That your feels like home tomorrow. It's beautiful. That nice deep green. My mom's family is Idaho, wheat farmers in Idaho. So we go out there to their big family farm. It's so pretty, like the fields of wheat just in the wind. It's beautiful. Maybe that's why you need the action of trading though. Beautiful, calm countryside. It's high-speed internet. Yeah, see if you're trading corn futures, hit them up. How's the crops looking? We're stronger together, team.
Hmm. Tip, that instrument for me, like you're talking about with heating oil, is natural gas for me.
The spread is crazy on
Tip,
heating and
do
oil.
it again.
You can make a lot of money on HO, but the spread is crazy on it.
Oh man, down instantly down 1K. Oy.
I have. Not in futures though. Currency.
Mm,
Volatility is so rapid that bid-ask spreads widened historically. Oh, it was nasty.
mm. Water futures. I don't know. It was bull pump at the end here. Goodness. Hmm. It's actually didn't pump. Close out this day. What are the imbalances? Mm. There's a water index future. Okay. Huh. Cool. Ride the wave.
Man, the bulls are going up in less time than the bears took it down.
Look at that. It's like a reverse elevator.
Right, that is called V-shape.
Yeah. Like stronger than a V on this recovery, man.
No, it's not wanting to slow down either.
She's not playing. Mm-mm.
It's 6,900. That is a interesting level to see some development that I didn't catch at the 6,890 level.
Mhm.
Not asking for much, just like 2 inside candles. Let's go.
Yeah. 7 minutes to get left today.
Yeah, it ain't happening today for me.
Man, she's just raging right now. Get it. Go to 7 here. Dang.
Ripping into the close, looks like.
Yeah.
Last 5 minutes of the New York session. I've never traded water.
Mm-mm. I think I've heard of it though, so it's cool. Ah, what an interesting close today. Pop at the end, man. Slid down. It's so funny how it's normally we talk about the bulls with the stairs and the bears with the elevator. It's literally like inverse today. Like the
Yeah.
bears just climbed, sauntered their way down, and then bulls.
100%. Took bulls 5 candles to do what it took the bears 25 candles.
Yeah. Lost. Yeah, that's that Matt energy. Although, not gonna lie, I caught some long on that.
Well, as all I know about water is from where I grew up, water rights are what they call wealth. We are still friends. I've never questioned that.
The team, man.
Was it a buddy cop movie? And if so, what buddy cop movie was what would that have been, Blas? My kid's Labubu's. She sold all the fake Labubu's and she's keeping the real ones.
Wow.
She says she made money. I said you made your dad's money.
What's your ROI?
It's a great business model, honey. Take from your
Aw.
dad, sell it to a consumer, and say you made money.
So
It's a great
smart.
business deal.
Kids are smart. Mm-hmm. Raising them up. Supply and demand. Cheers to Girl Scout cookie season, though. Grocery store, man.
Oh, I'm
I
a
got
fan of Girl
mine.
Scout cookies. What's that one called? It's like what's it called? It's got like the coconut on it.
The caramel. Those used to be called Samoas. There's
That's
someone else
whatever
now.
those are. That's
Yeah.
my jam.
Yeah, chocolate caramel coconut.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go thin mints.
Last minute.
Pulling right back down. And close it right on VWAP. Yes.
Gold sitting right on that trend line I was complaining about it wasn't touching. Now it's sitting on it. Pretty
Mhm.
interesting going into the reopen.
Yes. Oh, you wanted a sign? How about a bunch of indecision, my friends?
That makes a lot of sense to me, Aaron, actually.
It really does.
Come on. Does that sell? Last 10 seconds. 9, 5.
Yeah, fun.
Ding, ding, ding. There's your close, team. Whoa, not bad.
Hey, interesting day. Oh, nice streaming with you, gentlemen, today. Sorry, had a little blip there, but it was a good day. Interesting day.
Always a pleasure.
Everyone have a great evening. 2 more trading days of the week. You too, tomorrow. Have a great evening, everyone.
Yeah, team, have a great rest of your day. Remember, we got the Coach Matt's Lab tomorrow, technical analysis. Let's come work on it. We'll do it right after the market closes tomorrow as well. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. We are going to go overtime tomorrow. We are going overtime.
When it's good, sometimes you just gotta keep it going.
All right, team. We'll see you tomorrow.
Nope, absolutely. Thanks everybody for hanging with us today. Don't forget about the fire sale going on, 33% off all our accounts. So take advantage of that great sale. Tell them Coach Riz and the rest of the Blue Sky team sent you. As always, have a great day. Good luck in the market. We will see you guys tomorrow morning, and you can catch our Wall Street cowboy, Mike himself, calling out the live price action here in the morning session, and you don't want to miss that. All right, team. Have a great one, and we'll see you tomorrow.